At least somebody's friends with you.
Now you're a
yeah, in 1 month you get 7,000. Then you have nothing against it. I will introduce them to the guys, and I will introduce you to them today. I'll introduce you to Charles, Jay. Maybe let's just say hi. Yeah, I know.
聽嘢啊，聽嘢啊，剔走佢先，改人改啊。花幫嘢就花幫嘢，升出去照樣。有埋或者改埋，有部攤單，係要出攤單。
Okay.
怎么称呼？我还不知道。
叫小凡。
小凡啊。
对。
OK。我把那个东西就放在那左后角那个地方，就那个 WiFi。对，你需要一直在这看着吗？这个机器，还是说可以稍微走动？
尽量是想就一个机。
OK。
如果说有特写的，
我是说你自己，你机器放在这儿，你人是可以稍微走动的。
可以。
OK。就是反正你没事，你稍微留意一下那个蛋还在不在。
OK。
我在想要不要把那个密码给遮起来，怕到时候别人发现它有个蛋丢脸了。我应该还好吧。进来这儿的基本上也都是来听会议，一般不会发现后面有个蛋，就怕有谁收走了这个东西。
注意防盗。
对。上次。OK。
那个东西后面。
对，你反正你注意一下。还有一个摄像师，也有可能会需要把我们传到这边。昨天我们开会说那个，我等一下问清楚。
这个要弄到直播上面的话，可能需要保护。
应该不需要弄到直播上，可能只是最后需要把视频转回去还是怎么样的，我忘了。没说清楚，没关系，先做。
反正主要就还是这个位置就行。
正中间啊，你觉得这可以吗？这个位置？
水平没问题的。
OK。行。 OK 吧，这样
对，没有问题。
说的这么东西哪个？平常太忙了，稍等一下。 咱们可以比。
Good morning. My name is Holly Barrington, and I will be your MC for today. So thank you for joining us for this wonderful Tech Lifestyle Conference. Hopefully you will learn a lot from our upcoming speakers. But before we get started, we actually want to invite our organizers to come up here and welcome you. So please welcome Minesh Pore from Launchpad and also Alex Chan from the Fabrica.
Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing? Pumped up? I am. And I know Alex is.
Super excited to be with you here today.
This is the first time Startup Launchpad and Fabrica is putting the Tech Lifestyle Conference and the StartmeupHK Festival together. And we're really excited, and we're going to thank InvestHK for the support and the StartmeupHK Festival for being here in Hong Kong and making it such a wonderful week. The whole week is interesting, and you'll see a lot of new stuff that comes out of Hong Kong and the Greater Bay Area during this week. So I hope you make the best out of it. I want to take this opportunity to thank Alex and Karine and the Fabrica team for the amazing support. We put together about 118 startups. We have 25 speakers, and we have about 2,000 plus registered guests for today. So it's going to be a very, very exciting day. And Alex will introduce you to a little bit of the content that we have in the startups as well as the conference today.
So the theme this year is living smart and living better. And when you think about innovations daily, there are those that apply to a very specific vertical, but there are technologies that you really interact and feel with day to day without even realizing it. So today we have a three-part special. The first part is about living smarter, talking about how things like AI, logistics enables better living. The second part focuses really about impact in terms of living better, sustainability, how different innovations elevating our experiences and lifestyle. And the final part focuses on future trends. So we have timely topics now, including a trade war about the Greater Bay Area. And most importantly, when it comes to lifestyle, it's really about experience. So we have more than 100 companies showcasing this today, including a very special experience zone room that contains startups that you can actually play and interact with. So none of this would be possible again without Invest Hong Kong. We are very thankful for the platform to share today, and we look forward to celebrating an amazing day of conference with you guys.
Yeah. So thank you again for coming. Make the best out of the day. Do go and meet the startups on the floor, interact with them. There's some very, very interesting projects that have been put together, and I'm sure we'll all come back learning something at the end of the day today. Thank you, everyone.
Have an amazing conference.
All right, we would also really like to extend our thanks to the people that have been making this entire sort of phenomenon of Start Me Up Hong Kong go on for so long. So we'd like to invite Charles Ng from Invest Hong Kong to come up and give us his welcome message.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Some energy in the room. This is supposed to be for a startup ecosystem. So good morning, everyone. I'm Charles and I'm with Invest Hong Kong. I'd like to welcome you to day 2 of this amazing Start Me Up Hong Kong festival. Yesterday we had an awesome day. For those who came yesterday, you would have heard some of the most advanced technology, advancement in health technology. Today we have lifestyle tech, which is really amazing. You have a lot of booths out there. I invite you to take a look at them. And tomorrow we're going to have also e-commerce, and afterwards we'll have the whole sort of smart city living, and also on Friday we'll have EdTech and AI. So a very exciting program for all of you, and I encourage you to really participate in this ecosystem. What I'd like to do in the next 5 minutes or so, and also a very warm welcome to all of you who are visiting Hong Kong from overseas. This festival would not have happened without the help and support of the community, of the startup community, the corporates, and the investors, and also all of you here in this room. I'd like to start by giving you a very quick presentation on Hong Kong, especially for those of you who are not familiar with Hong Kong. I wanted to introduce you to some of the exciting things happening in Hong Kong as a very important platform for startups to look at and actually use Hong Kong as their global launchpad, as their showcase, as their showcase and launchpad to grow their business from here. So Hong Kong, actually, if you may have heard, last November, Bloomberg had an article on Hong Kong and also the world in terms of high net worth, ultra net worth individuals. So Hong Kong has surpassed New York as a city with the highest concentration of ultra high net worth individuals in the world. And this is very important because funding is very important. And we're seeing a lot of third generation investors and also corporate investors coming into the ecosystem, very excited about providing funding. And today is a testament as well. We have the Mills Fabrica actually, and also Global Sources, which are two very major important organizations actually engaging with the ecosystem. And you'll hear more about the Mills because this is something which is very exciting with a new venue in Chunwan, transforming the oldest factory center in Hong Kong into an amazing innovation hub. We are actually indeed the third largest FDI destination in the world. We had over 104 billion US dollars invested through Hong Kong, and 65% of that actually is redirected to mainland China or the rest of Southeast Asia. And Hong Kong remains, for the 7th consecutive year, as the largest air cargo port in the world. We had 4.92 million tons of container throughput last year, and with the third runway which we're building at the airport, we will be able to double the capacity for that to close to 10 million tons of cargo going through. And all of that because of connected devices, and a lot of that actually because of the devices you're going to see up there, all the solutions that you're seeing, because everybody's looking at connected devices. And again, in this part of the world, this is where things are happening. Hong Kong is a really unique ecosystem in the world. We are actually right in the middle of it, accessing the rest of the world. And people come here to access to the world. The overseas entrepreneurs, when they come here to the city to access Asia, and also mainland China, of course. We also, as you know, we have something very unique, which we built last November with a speed train connected to Guangzhou. It takes 45 minutes to Guangzhou, 15 minutes to Shenzhen. And with the longest sea bridge to Macau, it's 25 minutes to Macau, 40 minutes to Zhuhai. So that's infrastructure that we built is really second to none. And it really connects you to 70 million people within 1 hour. And if you look at all the ecosystems around the world, we have all the ingredients for you to be successful. So Hong Kong is a global financial center. We are also an innovative and international innovative technology hub. And Shenzhen, being next door, is a capital of hardware, and also the production right up north in Dongguan and Zhongshan and Zhuhai, depending on what type of products you're making. So we have it all right within 1 hour. And this is something very unique that is not replicable in other cities in the world. So we're very proud of that business hub, and we think it's a very unrivaled business hub. You have all the ingredients. Because all of you, when businesses come here to Hong Kong for 4 things mainly. One is to access funding, and I think that we have funding here. If you have a good business model, you should be able to get funding, all the way from seed to IPO. And last year, Hong Kong Exchange was the #1 IPO, surpassing New York Stock Exchange and the London Stock Exchange, again for the 5th time in the last 8 years. This is something very important. So access to funding, we see a lot more 3rd generation of family offices in their late 20s and mid 30s actually investing into startups. We see a lot of corporates getting involved, and we'll hear tomorrow and the next day on some of the corporates getting involved investing into startups. And so funding is very important. Access to markets. Of course, we have 3.5 billion people within 5 hours flight of Hong Kong. And that speed train I mentioned to you about, and also the bridge, it connects you to right in the backyard of Hong Kong to 17 million people. Whether you're in B2B, business to business, or B2C, there's opportunities for you right here from Hong Kong to leverage on that. So access to funding, access to new markets, access to production. Whether you are doing supply chain and you want to produce right in the mainland China or in the Southeast Asia or India, you can do your supply chain management right here. And that's what a lot of people do. And also, of course, access to talent. We have the talent, people who are trilingual, speaking English, Mandarin, Cantonese, and are very familiar with China, but also very familiar with Southeast Asia, Japan, Korea, and India. So very important ingredients, a very diverse and high quality talent. Okay. So this is just in the backyard of Hong Kong, what we call the Greater Bay Area. Can we hear more about that? On the 21st of February, there will be a blueprint which will be coming out to talk about the Greater Bay Area, which is the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Bay Area. It is a close to 70 million population, this part here, with 9 cities plus Hong Kong and Macau. And that is an economy equivalent to $1.53 trillion US dollars, the size of Australia's economy or Korea's economy. And very, very important moving forward because it really brings you that connectivity, which is second to none. The other point I wanted to very quickly highlight is the growth of the ecosystem. So in 2013, when we started the StartmeupHK program, we only had 3 co-work spaces here. Now we have close to 100 plus co-working spaces, innovation labs, and accelerator programs across different sectors, from hotel to lifestyle tech to retail tech, and also for the traditional, what we call traditional pillars of the economy, but also new parts of the economy. You hear from SenseTime today on AI facial recognition and so on, and a lot of new technology in healthcare, AI, robotics, machine learning, smart city technology, all right here. And in the last 5 years, we had announced 6 unicorns, unicorns that are there, and there will be 2 new companies which will reach unicorn status this year, we believe. So in a very short period of time of 5 years, we have this result. I think it's something which is we should all be very proud of. And of course, we welcome all the overseas innovative companies to use Hong Kong as a launchpad and as a global launchpad and setup. We do a survey every year. We have over 500 startups, and also across different industries, as you can see. It's very varied, and a lot of the companies that are actually featuring their products at booths outside are actually part of that ecosystem, which is very, very important. And of course, today we're here to talk lifestyle. And you will see a lot of things on innovation, sustainability, experience, and lifestyle, which kind of the way we play, the way we work, the way we live. And all these technologies are going to be part of our lives, already are part of our lives. So I invite you to really experience that out there with a lot of booths out there and a lot of entrepreneurs who will demonstrate and explain to you what are the exciting things that they are coming up to propose. So that will really increase our efficiency in terms of the way we work and make our experience better than ever before, the way we live, and actually to really maximize impact in terms of business, in terms of living, and overall sustainability for the planet. Hong Kong has a very diverse range of startups, and with 5 core areas which the government and also the community is looking at, from fintech, smart city, retail tech, health tech, and Internet of Things. And of course, the Internet of Things is very much related to a lot of the products and services you're going to be seeing out there. So these areas are very important, and you're going to hear more about that. In this week, we're featuring all of these 5 sector focus, and of course, today is all about lifestyle technology. And of course, the government actually is putting a lot of resources into it. $6.4 billion investment in unleashing the power of innovation and technology from Hong Kong. And so you will get to benefit from that, whether it is through grants, which the government is giving out, or through support in many different ways that the government is giving out through different type of programs, which is being done via the Science Park and the Cyberport and some other programs that we're doing. So lots of exciting things happening in Hong Kong, and I'd like to urge you and encourage you to really leverage on those so that you can grow your business from here. And tell your friends, what we're doing is we want to bring the best and brightest from around the world to collaborate here in Hong Kong, to work with Hong Kong companies, work with you, and to unleash some of these innovation and creation, which none of us are even aware of today. We're going to hear a lot of great speakers today later on. And so this is it from me. I just wanted to give you a quick highlight of the exciting things happening in the city, and I would like to invite you to really leverage and talk to us. And we are at Invest Hong Kong supporting, if you are coming to this town and you want to open a bank account, if you want to get a place for your kids in international school, if you want to understand a little bit about the regulations and meet with the regulators for the business, please use Hong Kong as your sandbox. It is a very important place where at the Science Park, for example, whether it is you are in the innovation technology or at the Cyberport, you can use Hong Kong as your living lab to create new things happening in the city. So I'd like you to wish you a very good conference today, and lots of exciting things happening, and please be engaged, and please reach out to us if you need any support from the government. Our service is free of charge and confidential. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles. So as Alex mentioned in the very beginning, in case you weren't here for our opening, we have a lot of different topics that we'll be covering today. And our first segment is on living smarter. So the first few speakers you're going to see are going to be talking about digitizing lifestyle for consumers. And so we'd like to welcome our very first speaker, who I'm really interested in hearing from myself, who is going to be talking about how AI creates smarter living. So let's please welcome SenseTime's co-founder, Xu Bing, to join us on stage. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be here, to be invited to give a sharing about what we believe that the AI can do to impact our living and life. We know that technology has already been one of the big topics that's been driving a few generations. But AI is something that's coming really new. It started only a few years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago. We are a company that established here in Hong Kong 4.5 years ago, back in 2014, where we a research team back at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. I myself was a PhD candidate there, doing research on deep learning and facial recognition related stuff. But the thing is, we enjoyed some technology breakthrough, and the professor, which is our founder, who is also my PhD supervisor, coordinated a team of researchers. We started to do this company thing here at the Hong Kong Science Park. It really went fast for the past 4.5 years. And now the company is already one of the unicorns. We are developing cutting-edge AI algorithms, mostly recognition algorithms, and we try to land these recognition algorithms in different verticals to really create value. For instance, for security, for instance, for efficiency, for new types of experiences. But the key thing about AI is that it's not like those fiction or science fiction movies that you saw. It's not about the robots taking over the planet. I think mostly AI is something that's purely, right now, is purely about the pattern recognition. A human has a very strong capability of recognizing patterns from past experiences. For as scientists, we've been working in our academia world trying to enable computers to work like humans. They can see lots of data and they find patterns among this data. Then they can further do recognition, forecast, data analytics, these kind of useful things that's going to have big impact on different verticals. So, but the real thing that's working right now, what we see that deep learning, which is becoming very effective in allowing computers to gain access in analyzing large amount of data, finding patterns among large amount of data. So now deep learning is applied to, in fact, to do these tasks. So it's like working as a human. We are enabling computers to find large amount of data to solve a particular problem. For instance, recognize face. For instance, recognize a voice. Or for instance, play the Go game. Or driving cars. These are particular tasks where humans have the capability of getting these tasks during past experiences. And now we are using deep learning where allow computers to approximately learn like humans, and then it can even beat humans in some of these vertical tasks. Now we can see computers recognize faces much better than humans. Computers can play the Go game better than human champions. And in someday, computers can drive cars better than the expert drivers, not the amateur drivers. Already the computer can drive cars better than amateur drivers now. So deep learning is something that allows computers to constantly learn from large amount of data. And that's what AI is really about. I think at least for the next 5 years, AI is about this, using deep learning to do pattern recognition. So of course, when you have these tools enabled by recognition, by this AI thing, then you are able to use the tool to enable automation. We're used to have human workers, laborers working on particular tasks, but now you can use the tools to aid humans to do better jobs. So that's how we see that, for instance, from Accenture, it says that by 2035, AI is going to potentially increase the profitability of different companies by an average of 38%. That's by AI enabling automation. And also China is a big country. It's a big country of manufacturing. Many workers work in the environments of factories and trying to do manufacture particular stuff. But now AI has the biggest impact on AI. It can enable large amounts of automation in factories in different verticals, and then it's going to be able to actually increase the economy growth. Of course, mostly you can see China startups are receiving nearly 50% of the total investments. Now, what we are actually looking at is there are already many live cases where this technology is deployed and really working in our real life. One thing that we are seeing is that through face recognition, face is becoming a portal to connect the online to offline. For instance, online, there are many things that the face recognition is used to do. One is that most of the banks, financial institutions, fintech companies are now using facial recognition to verify whether the user of their product is a real person, and also verify if is the real person doing a verification by himself. So it's kind of an identity verification process, or what we used to call in this industry, know your client, KYC process. Now it's an automated process enabled by facial recognition. It used to be done by humans to do these KYC processes. For the past 3 years, when this technology is mature and ready to be deployed, we see that already 500 million people already used this process to verify themselves. When they are opening a bank account, when they are transferring money, they need to make sure that it's yourself doing this. And there's, of course, many different, you see that in our company, SenseTime is already a company of 2,500 employees. In our company, our employees use face to pay for lunch. They use face to get access to doors. So I never take a badge. I can use my face to access any location in our company. And also for entrance control, for enrollment, these products are already real and got deployed to many other companies, buildings, hotels, even your living environment. So keys will no longer exist in like 3 to 5 years. You don't have to take keys, you don't have to take key cards, you don't even have to remember a password or use your fingerprint. Face is something that you don't have to collaborate with it. It directly recognizes you and allow you to access anywhere that you are allowed to. So this thing is being deployed in China, which is called New Retail. New Retail experience is something that's using face to identify whether you are a customer, whether you are a VIP customer, and then providing welcome, interactive marketing, personal assistance, even enabling a face payment process. Use face to directly pay and charge from your bank account without even taking out a credit card. This is something that's also being deployed in China, like Alibaba, Jingdong.com, Suning, Walmart, these large companies that own lots of stores offline. They're trying to enable this kind of experience using face recognition and information recognition from offline. And online, there's also many interesting stuff going on. Face is now recognized, and not only computers can recognize face. It recognizes almost everything that's valuable. It recognizes your human body, recognize your hand gesture, recognize your experiences, expressions. So right now we see many live streaming apps or apps to take photos use this augmented reality, which means that using AI to enhance our reality to provide these kind of experiences. And sometimes use it for games. So now we see you can even use your eye gazing as an interactive tool to play with a certain game. Of course, you cannot believe anything you see online anymore. Well, I think that the AI is also being used in the advertising industry in China. We see that all these entertainment shows that you see from your television or from internet videos, sometimes it's not actually 100% real. There are already some injections of advertisements. But these injections are not real stuff put on the real scene. It's actually a recognition of the scene, recognition of the surrounding, and finding the right places to inject the right advertisements. So this movie book, this is a company that SenseTime invested previously. We're holding 10% of this company, and it's already generating more than 150 million US dollar revenue per year by providing this kind of capabilities. So of course, when a viewer is viewing a long-line video, for a female viewer and male viewer, you are seeing different injections. For instance, if I'm viewing this video, I will be seeing what I'm supposed to use. For instance, a shaver or a man's shoe, so that you are constantly got injected with the right advertisement. And AI has large computing, enabled by large computing power, it's able to do these large-scale recognition capabilities. For instance, right now AI is being deployed to count the number of people. This is a very simple feature. This is just to count the number of people. For instance, count the number of people in this room. But it's very useful in a country with large population. This is actually in Shanghai, where several years ago there's a stampede happened. A lot of people died because there are too many crowds gathering at the same location. So this is being deployed by preventing these further accidents. So AI is constantly monitoring the number of crowd at particular regions. So whenever it's surpassing a threshold, for instance, this area reached to 1,000 people, then the regulators have to do something to seal down the place, for instance, to prevent too much crowds gathering. And so smart city, there are many things that AI has been deployed. For instance, one of the things that smart city has to be done first is to create a virtual city, because you can do testing, you can do simulations in a virtual city instead of a real city to lower down the cost. You can train algorithms and let AI to learn in a virtual city instead of a real city. For instance, autonomous driving. Autonomous driving is kind of being trained. Autonomous driving vehicles is being trained by being deployed to many physical places. Google is deploying autonomous vehicles in California, and the cars are running in real environments. But it's actually super costly. It costs a lot of money by actually putting the cars into our real cities to train and collect data. But it's something that most of the autonomous driving companies are doing right now, is actually using a virtual environment to train your autonomous driving solutions. And then you have already a very experienced driver that has been driving for hundreds of miles in a virtual environment, and then it gets deployed to the real environment to fine-tune the algorithm. So it's kind of an initial phase where we are thinking about smart city. You have a virtual city to work with, to play with, and then you can visualize data, you can do simulations, and further, you are able to create things that's really beneficial for the real cities. And of course, there's another type of security, as in the transportation, market. Transportation market, you see that all the cars running on the road, but sometimes it causes accidents, deaths. Many deaths are caused each year by cars, by unprofessional drivers. So this thing is kind of in the process of being solved by AI as well. First of all, AI is being deployed to cars around the cameras to enhance the visual recognition capability of the car itself. So when humans cannot see some accidents happen, cars can see it and be safe to prevent these accidents. And then cars are also being enabled with cameras pointing inside the car, recognizing the driving state of drivers. You recognize whether the driver is sleepy, whether the driver is drunk, or whether he's drinking water, taking a phone call, and also it even calculates the average amount of time that the driver is actually looking at the road. Because there are drivers who's constantly looking around, talking to the passenger, is not paying attention. So this is how accidents actually happen. So right now, this system, we call it driver monitoring system, is being sold to logistic companies who manage hundreds of thousands of truck drivers. It's being sold to taxi companies and companies who manage, who are doing taxi railing services. And also, we see another recognition capability that's coming up, which is recognizing pattern of diseases. We see the doctors are seeing us to do diagnosis, but not just looking at our face. It's by looking at inside our body, such as CT scans, MR scans. It's photo taking, and then doctors take hours to view the details of the human body to actually do diagnosis. But the problem is right now, we still see, well, first of all, there are the professional doctors. You don't see too many professional doctors that has very high accuracy of diagnosis. sometimes doctors make mistakes, and that's why, well, if you are diagnosed with a certain disease, well, don't believe it for a second, and then you should ask for multiple doctors' opinion so that you can increase the accuracy of the real diagnosis. So that's something that AI is being deployed to solve. So right now, AI is even sometimes better at the real doctors in observing the tiny details. So it's recognizing tiny details, recognizing these patterns, and then it provides another view to the doctors to make more accurate judgments. So that's not about replacing doctors. You can never replace doctors, but really it's about a tool, a useful tool that helps doctors to do better jobs. It's like doctors now have a very effective Excel to process all this data and information. And it's something that will definitely help in this medical industry. So in fact, I think one of the last things that I want to share is that the AI is now something that we all have to learn. We all have to learn from when we are young. We see all these entrepreneurs making impact when they start to work on computers when they are in high schools. Well, we see many successful entrepreneurs are actually starting their business when they are at the universities, when they are actually taking undergrad. So we think about AI, we see that there's going to be many undergrads as well who will be able to create fascinating companies. But I think the first thing that we need to make sure is that they learn about AI when they are in high school, so they have the background information on that. So that's why we started to compile this textbook. We compiled and published the first AI textbook for high school education last year. And this thing is also being translated into English as well. So it has already been published and been deployed to over 100 high schools, top high schools in China. So starting from last year, September of last year, these high schools already opening a selective class for AI, so that all these high school students can take an AI class, if they are interested. So it's like when I'm in high school, computer is a selective class. I can choose to subscribe to learn about computer and programming when I'm in high school. I'm really benefited from that. I think in the future there's going to be many students, high school students, who's going to be benefited from this particular tax and this AI education. So thank you, and hope you have a good day.
Because we have just a couple minutes actually for questions, but I had a good question for you that came up, especially talking about education. I'm particularly interested in neuroscience and how the brain has changed over time. So every time we have a new sort of innovation, things like the calculator or having, does anybody know phone numbers in your head anymore? A lot of things like that. So as far as it comes to AI, when it comes to things like reaction times in vehicles, sensing our own bodies, do you think there's anything that can be done while developing AI to make sure that humans don't lose some of those very important instincts like reaction time and problem solving?
Right. I think it's something that's constantly happening. It's like when we have maps, when we have GPS, we don't actually know directions anymore. When we are driving, if you are driving without a map, for me, I'm just like kind of lost. This is something that constantly happening throughout our evolution. When a certain tool comes up that's very effective and is so useful that it just enables a particular skill, and humans tend to lose this skill. But still, if when you lose something, you have the actual capacity or brain power to gain new things. You can create more, for instance. You can think about more innovations instead of just doing these, it works.
I'm just very curious because, of course, we always talk about what's great about it. Sometimes we create great things and then we lose something about. So the things that are already existing, in your opinion, what's next? What's the next sort of frontier of AI that nobody's even talking about?
Well, if there's nobody talking about it, I shouldn't talk about it either.
Okay, we'll wait until your next announcement.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for interacting. Okay, continuing on with our digital lifestyle, we would like to invite up our next speaker, who is the Director of Technology at Shanghai Hotels Limited. So please welcome Sally Osborne. Hello, hi there, good morning. It's great to see you all. I might just grab something to move the slides. Talking about digital technology and innovation, doing the theme of AI, digital technology and innovation has obviously been shaking up our industry for quite a number of years now. But I think, you know, with AI, the one thing is we can enhance, we can think about, you know, how we can use AI to enhance the way that we deal with our customer. And that's something that's at the core of what we're doing at the moment. At the moment, what we're trying to do is we have a number of businesses within our business. And really what we're thinking is, you know, how can we develop all of this data and bring it together? We have retail, we have commercial, we have arcades, we have residences. And for us, it's about how can we enhance the guest experience using AI. I think really what we've been doing over the last few years is we've been looking at how we can integrate all of this data together, taking it from different areas of our business. And, you know, it's not been an easy feat. We are a 150-year-old company. I'll show you here what's been going on with us. 1866, we actually started, 1866, we started our business. And in 1985, we were one of the first hospitality companies to have an R&D lab that developed in-room technology. What's going on? You have to stop it moving. So, you know, we were one of the first, I think people don't realise that in our 150 years, we were one of the first hospitality companies to actually have in-room technology. We had, obviously, the opportunity to control our room through a bedside tablet, which happened in 1985. People were quite surprised by this. I mean, when I talk about our R&D lab that we have in Launchpad, that was with us, there's a lot going on here, since 1985, they said to us, so, you know, what are you doing in terms of innovation since that time? Innovation for us has been about what we're going to do now to actually bring in a kaleidoscope lab. This is our lab for innovation. And I will stop because obviously there's no images here. But really for us, it's about kind of thinking about how we change. We're 150 years old. We're about to launch 3 hotels in 3 new locations. One in London, one in Istanbul, and one in Myanmar. And we're thinking about, well, hang on a minute, as we expand, for us, we're expanding very rapidly. We are 10 hotels, we've got a number of residences around the world, but how do we expand and how do we start to think about innovation for the future? We're working on the front of house innovation, the AI, but also from the back of house. We're thinking about technologies that we've never thought about before. You know, what we do for things like smart surfaces, bringing in automation into the back of the house, bringing efficiencies where we can, so that we can enable our guests and our workers behind the scenes to work a little bit more efficiently, but enable with AI to work with that. The data is extremely important to us. What do we do to bring that data to all of the people that work for us in our different operations? How do we bring them knowledge as they're on the floor? So let's say they're out front, you know, how do we use wearables or tools to give them little insights as they're going about their business so they understand the people that are moving within our companies, all of the guests that are within our hotels and residences. What do we know about them and how can we deliver some little tidbits of information as they go about their work? So a lot of this work that we're doing is really just to make sure that we make our business smarter. Smarter from the front side with the AI and the work that we're doing with the data, but also from the back of house as well.
some of our newer properties that are coming 2021, 22, much larger hotels. How do we think about using, self-driving vehicles back of house? How do we think about, using robotics for the future? I don't think for Peninsula you would ever see a robot out front serving you. That is not going to happen. But how do we help behind the scenes use robotics to make that happen? So this is just an interesting timeline of our business. I think when people think of Peninsula, they probably don't really think innovation, but there has been an awful lot that's been going on over the years. Let's hope this works. And so I wanted to just introduce you to our Ignition program, which actually launches today. We have 70-odd China and Hong Kong startups apply to our Ignition program. And actually we launched today. We had a lot of help from a number of partners, Hong Kong Science Technology Park, CHTA, which is the China Hospitality Technology Association, and we'll be running our programs twice a year to really keep our ear to the ground to what's going on in technology and working with the startup ecosystem. We found that for us, we are a small group, we can be quite agile in our technology innovation, but we need to be working with startups rather than some of our rather larger legacy systems. So this is actually launching this evening at the Felix, part of Start Me Up Hong Kong, and our lab sits in Wong Chuk Hang, where there's an awful lot going on. There's a number of other accelerators down there. So really, I just wanted to, say to you here in the room, Peninsula, we might be 150 years old, but a lot of the technologies that we're using, I think people are quite surprised by. And I really wanted to talk to all the startups here to say, please come and talk to us. We're very interested to hear what you're doing. We have a roadmap of development which has something like 300-400 technology innovations within it. And we're always looking for new technologies to help us with that. And so thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sally. Our next speaker, I'm sure a lot of people are quite interested to hear from. You might know this little company called Huawei. So we're going to be welcoming our next speaker, who is Gregory Fox, who is Vice President of Corporate Marketing and Brand Strategy, and he's going to be sharing a fully connected, intelligent world. Let's welcome Gregory.
Good morning, everybody. Good to be with you today. I'm really excited on behalf of Huawei to be here and talk with you about, for this year's conference. I think about, lifestyle, technology, and how we're trying to build, a better world, how we're trying to, empower people to make better decisions. We're working closely as well, related to opportunities around our open labs, etc. Work better, play better, learn better, to build a better future for tomorrow. The fact of the matter is, we are in an intelligent world where we view all things are sensitive, all things intelligent, and all things are connected. If you look at, by the year 2025, we see that there'll be 40 billion devices, about 100 billion connections, and about 108 data in the world. These things are not possible without ICT technology. ICT technology sits at the foundation of this intelligent world and this intelligent society, including the enabling technologies associated with that, like broadband, connectivity, data center, cloud, IoT, AI, etc. What we view also is that the intelligent world will benefit every person, home, and organization. We look at how we empower people. Think about a world where the visually impaired can live a normal life. With guide helmets to help the visually impaired, helping people acquire special skills or competencies where there may be challenges in translation or communication. Think about real-time, on-demand translation that can occur so that language is no longer a barrier to communication and productivity and connecting and collaborating with one another. And think about the AI that's embedded in cameras now. Right? It turns a amateur photographer into a professional photographer. At least it has been. When I bought my P20 Pro from Huawei, it's turned me into a really good photographer, I'm happy to say. And it's also enriching home life. Think about healthcare robots in the home, telemedicine. We're working with communities around the world to bring the telemedicine capabilities in Henan province here in China, in mainland China. We're seeing that it's the largest telemedicine site in the world. And we're seeing that now that queue times are less, people that can interact with healthcare professionals real-time on demand without having physically going into a doctor's office and so forth. And then holographic communication no longer is kind of distance or location a problem or a factor or an issue. You're able to communicate real-time on demand with family, with loved ones, with colleagues, etc., no matter where you are through holographic communication. And homes will become smarter and more engaging. In terms of inspiring innovation, think about smart governments. Governments are now becoming smarter. Governments are becoming safer. We're working with many communities such as Yanbao in Saudi Arabia, where they've transitioned their economy from oil dependency to now one of tourism and technology. Tourism is up, investment is up, and so governments are becoming smarter, becoming more sophisticated in terms of how they better serve the citizens in their communities. If we look at the future, we have a Global Industry Vision 2025, when we see that people will have more access to broadband, growing from 60 to 80%. More smartphones. There's still a digital divide that is occurring in the world, where we're still trying to connect the previously unconnected. So smartphone usage will grow from 3.8 billion to 8 billion. And then mobile traffic per person from 0.03 gigabytes per person per day, even 10 to 20 gigabytes per person per day. In the home, homes with broadband will increase to 75%, 20 billion connected devices. Homes with robotics or smart robots will increase to 12% by the year 2025. And in organizations, data utilization will grow. Enterprises, apps on the cloud will grow to 85%. The majority of traffic on the network will be video instead of email or voicemail. And then companies are experimenting with AI at a low percentage. That will grow to 86% by the year 2025. And this is our vision and mission. In everything that we do, every initiative, every program or activity maps to our vision and mission is to bring digital to every person, home, and organization for a fully connected, intelligent world. We're trying to build better platforms for our partners, better solutions for our customers, and to provide better experiences for our employees. And this is the vision and mission that really helps us do that, to be more responsive. Huawei is becoming, we believe, a top tech lifestyle brand. In terms of the smartphones that we provide, we have a variety from our business, from our Mate flagship phone to our P series to Nova, the Y series, our Honor series as well. We have a Porsche design for those that want the kind of luxury, more sophisticated user experience. And then our other products, from our PCs, our laptops, tablets, our wearables, mobile broadband, smart home Wi-Fi devices, and then in module vehicles, we're doing a lot around autonomous driving, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But this is kind of the landscape or the map of technology capabilities that we're providing to enable the technology lifestyle. What we have in terms of our phone is pretty amazing. With the new kind of P series and Mate series, AI is an embedded part of the smartphone. It's able to recognize 500 different scenarios in 19 different categories. And let me just show you a quick video on how it's doing that. I think the sound is off. Yeah. That's okay. We'll get the sound so you can hear the music a little bit. Okay, there we go. Oh, there we go. So, yeah, this gives you a little bit of a glimpse in terms of the different scenarios in terms of the smart camera capability. So you can see that the AI now is an embedded part of the smartphones that we manufacture and able to recognize scenes, turns you from an amateur photographer into professional, and is able to adjust to your own lifestyle of how you take pictures, how you want to publish them, etc. It's pretty cool. One example is our flagship, our Huawei Mate 20 Pro, which we announced and released in October in London. These are just some of the headlines or some of what people are saying about the Mate 20 Pro. Gorgeous design, big beautiful screen, huge battery, fast charging capabilities. You're able to actually charge other devices through the wireless capability. So the reverse wireless charging. Software backed by AI. That's a versatile camera, good biometric features. You think of the camera, it has a wide angle lens, also has an ultra wide angle, and then a telephoto capability. So the sophistication and the capabilities embedded now in our new flagship series smartphones are quite amazing. One thing that we're doing, which we've talked a lot about at our Huawei Connect conference, is what we're doing around autonomous driving. How we view this as a real game changer, for human lifestyle. There's been a lot of slow progress over the last 10 years related to development. There's a lot of forecasts out there by the heads of auto manufacturers, the top 10 or 12 in the world, have different views on how fast autonomous driving is developing. And the inhibitors we see relate to low performance, the high cost of implementing, and then also the reliability concerns related to that. What we've introduced is our Huawei Mobile Data Center 600, which is positioned for L4 autonomous driving, which we feel it meets kind of current and future requirements with a flexible architecture. So you'll see high performance embedded, high safety and reliability, high energy efficiency, and guaranteed low latency. It's based on our Ascend chipset, which is the most sophisticated chipset design that we've ever developed, but is also the tops in the industry as well. We formed a partnership with Audi, an automated driving partnership. We signed an MOU in July 2018. It's focused on the intelligent connected vehicle market. Vehicle-to-vehicle communication is the key related to that. So how are we advancing intelligent monetization? We're developing joint training programs. Our mobile data center is integrated in the Audi Q7. We did an urban automatic test or driving environment at Huawei Connect in Shanghai. So it was a successful test from point A to point B. It drove in the evening, it was a high-speed cruise. There was a traffic jam, it was able to identify pedestrians, automatic parking, etc. And so this is around L4 automation, true self-driving, but under limited circumstances, and maybe limited to a carefully mapped area from point A to point B. But we're starting to see this take place and advance in the industry. One thing I'll close with is what I'm most happy about in terms of what AI and what the intelligent society can bring is how AI is bringing, is helping the underprivileged. So we have a program called StorySign, which is bringing stories to life for deaf children. If we look at it, we've partnered with application developers. These are free apps. It opens the world of books to there's 32 million deaf children in the world. This is a free app that reads selected children's books, translates them into perfect sign language, page by page. And so this avatar star helps the child read and understand the story and then signs the story back to them. We had a Christmas campaign that we organized to help bring Christmas to the underprivileged and to deaf children. And then we're partnering with local charities on how to bring the benefits of AI and technology to the underprivileged. That's what I'm most proud about in terms of working with Huawei. So thank you very much. I'd like to stay in touch with you. If you have any questions related to Huawei, what we're doing in lifestyle technology, please come and see me. My LinkedIn, my WeChat ID, and Twitter account is here. So thank you very much. Have a great conference. I'm happy to talk with you after, and we'll talk later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gregory, from that Huawei company that we might have heard a little about. So our next speaker actually comes from a company that I use, which is Uber Eats. So in order to share a little creating a new economy and challenges, we'd like to welcome Emily Poffin, Director of Public Policy and Government Relations with Uber Eats. Please welcome Emily.
Thank you very much for allowing us to be part of today's conversation. I lead public policy for Uber and Uber Eats across APAC. And Uber has been in Hong Kong for almost 5 years. Every day we are amazed at the enthusiasm that our drivers and our riders are showing us. And so it's great to be able to talk to you today. You know, Uber and a startup company, maybe some people might say, well, you're not really a startup anymore, you know, what can we learn from you? I guess the message that I want to talk to you about today is how you always have to reinvent yourself, because this is what we're doing at Uber every day, is when you look at how we started and where we're going, it's very, very different. So for every startup in the room, I think, you know, you start with a great idea, but then you really look at people's needs and what people really want, and then you adapt to that. When we started 10 years ago, the problem that we wanted to solve is how do we better use the personal car? So this is an image that I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. You know, you look at cars that are parked, that are sitting idle, that are using a lot of space. Whether it's in a parking lot, whether it's stuck in traffic. Personal cars are idle 90% of the time. That's an enormous percentage. When you think about it, those of you in the room here who own cars, usually, you know, you'll take it in the morning, you'll drop your kids at school, and then you'll park it, you'll go to work. At the end of the day, you'll go in a parking lot, you'll take it, you'll go pick up your kids, maybe run an errand, and then you'll go home and you'll park it at home. And so how do we solve this issue? And so that was really the first thing that our founders were really thinking of, is how do we really make sure that this personal car, which is actually very important, is just better used. And so Uber has evolved a lot. Today we're present in more than 600 cities around the world, 65 countries. What began in the beginning as something that was really focused on this idea of a better use of the car is now evolving. And we're evolving because we're now becoming a platform. So it's more than ride sharing. It's really trying to look at how do we answer some of those everyday problems that are caused by cars, and also how do we look at what the real needs of people in today's cities are. And so again, you know, this car idea and what we started with was, when you look at all the cars around the world today, if these cars were shared, we would only need 3% of these cars. And so when we tell people that they have to give up their personal car, it's one thing to really advocate for that, but the problem that a lot of governments are facing is that there are no other alternatives. You know, in Hong Kong, I think here people are very lucky. There's a great metro system, there's, you know, really good taxis, but there are other cities around the world where giving up your car is not a solution for a lot of people. And so when we started thinking about that, we realized that, you know, the car was just one thing that was part of the solution. What we had to really think of was, what are the needs of people going from point A to point B? And so when you think of lifestyles, and if you think of how people move in cities, it became very clear to us that our offering had to go beyond the car. And so today, when Uber says that we are a platform, it's because we've gone beyond the car. We acquired a bike company, you know, a year ago, Jump, and we now offer bikes on our platform in a number of cities in the US. We also have scooters. We're experimenting with a lot of different things, and we're also right now working with governments, for example, in Tokyo, where we're looking at bringing our flying taxis. Because when we think of how people are going to move from point A to point B in the future, we think it's going to be a combination. It's going to be a combination of a lot of different modes of transport. And so if you look at this slide here, this is how, look everywhere around the world, it's going to give you the option of what's the best mode of transportation for you. So, and when I'm alone, maybe I'll take, you know, the metro, and then I'll take my 2 kids right now in strollers and everything, then, you know, it's the car for sure. But what's going to be really interesting is that Uber is going to be able to tell you what is that best route for you, and what are the different modes of transportation that you can use to do that route. And when we all these different options, there's also taxi. When people thought of Uber, it's here to replace taxi. Uber and taxi. Well, actually, it couldn't be further from the truth. Because what we've seen over the years now for e-hailing, so if you're in the street in Manhattan, you might just want to do this perfectly. For what our data has showed us over taxis are still empty 30% of the day. So you have drivers that are circling around with nobody in the back of their car. And so what we've done recently is that we've partnered with taxi companies in Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, where we've really tried to see how can we look at something which is, very traditional, the taxi model, but how can we, help with our technology to make them more efficient and to make sure that they answer the needs of today's riders. And so we have been partnering with these taxi companies, and it's really, really interesting because we've seen that taxi drivers have seen a 10% increase in their daily earnings when they partner with Uber, because it allows them to go and get people where the need is. It allows a better match, and it also allows for the use of technology in areas which are just completely impossible for today's taxi companies to look at. And so there is still space for hailing in the street. However, in order to help these cars become better utilized, there is also great space for technology. And so whether it's better matching, whether it's dynamic pricing in the moments where you really need cars at a certain area, this is something that we're spending a lot of time on. We're spending a lot of time on that project in North Asia, and we hope to be able to have a taxi partnership in Hong Kong in the future. The other area where we've changed a lot is that we realized that in order to look at the future of urban mobility, we couldn't do that alone, and we had to do that in partnership. And I think, I've been at Uber for almost 5 years. I think in the beginning, partnership was at Uber because I think we were very rogue. But what we realized quickly is that, you can't do anything alone. And so what we're doing right now is that we're partnering with governments all around the world in trying to see how can we help them in fulfilling their public transportation needs. Because, everywhere around the world, when you look at infrastructure budgets, when you look at, some of these big projects that government have to put through, there's just no money anymore. And so partnering with taxi, partnering with Uber and with technology companies is something that is very beneficial for governments, and it's beneficial for us as well, because we better understand what are the needs of the cities and what are the needs of the groups that we work with. And so here are a couple of examples that I think are very interesting, but for example, with the Ministry of Science and Technology in Taiwan, we're now working with them and send to our HQ, but also to participate in a lot of in the Silicon Valley to really try to give them access to some of these really, top-notch technologies, top-notch conversation, and that's something that, the government of Taiwan really, that's something we could do with Hong Kong as well. And so I only have a few minutes left, and when we think of Uber, most of you will think of ride sharing, but Uber is now involved in a lot of other elements that touch your life. And Uber is the latest product. It's 3 years old. It's a growing product. Again, it's really about, how do people's lives, cities, in today's world, and we found that this idea of having healthy food delivered to your door was something that people really needed, and it's something that's universal around the globe. It's interesting for me to see that, when I first moved to Asia a few years ago, getting food delivered was something that was very normal, but it meant, getting things that more than just pizza and fried chicken. But there was still an offering that was missing, and so Uber Eats came in because we saw that a lot of people were now, not having the time to cook the food that they wanted to cook at home, but they wanted more offerings and they wanted more choices. And the idea sometimes of leaving work, having to go to a restaurant, sit there, and then going home at night that you want to do every night. And so food delivery became part of an offering that was considered. And when we look at the future of food today, when we look at people's needs, it's really interesting to see what the data that we've gathered can help us do. And so when you're going to open your Uber Eats app in a few months, in a few years, the offering is really going to be tailored to what your needs are. And even if you're at a moment in your life, for example, if you're training for a marathon, let's say, and you're really looking at what you're eating, we'll be able to tailor some of the menus for you on a weekly basis, on a daily basis. If you're, if you're a father, if you're a mother, and if you're thinking of planning your weekly meals, that's also something that we're going to be able to do with you. Again, when we look at what we're doing, it's not only about just the food offerings, it's also about the economic opportunity that we can bring to some of our delivery partners. And something else that we're very proud of is that it's also about creating economic opportunities for small and medium-sized enterprises. And one thing that we're seeing as a trend, which is something that's very interesting, is that we are working with a lot of people who are great chefs, but they couldn't really have a restaurant. They didn't have the resources to really build something, and so we're working with a lot of ghost kitchens, and we're allowing these people to prepare amazing food that we just couldn't because they didn't have the upfront investment. When you think of lifestyle and if you think of the digitization of today's world, when we think of the future of transportation or the future of food delivery, we really believe that it has to be shared. We believe that we have to look at engines that are more efficient when it comes to all modes of transportation. The presenter said earlier, automation is extremely important, and that's something else that we're working on. So, thank you.
With us now, I'm really hungry, which is switching it up a little bit so that innovate style a little bit easier as well. So we're talking about digital style, and we're going to be here from head of Vice Financial Services.
Hi everyone. I came from financial for today China and I think maybe is quite familiar with Alipay, and maybe some of you love Alipay, but I still worry a little bit more on the Taobao platform. We found that it's very build the trust between the sellers and both sides. They don't trust each other. Alipay, escrow account, fire account, and products. And several years we're so lucky, so we somehow largest online payment in China. But more and more as the payment method as well, and we gradually found that people, but means we have to make sure the world here to find our opportunity. We launched a product called Yuebao, which is money market fund. Traditionally in China, the money market fund is you have to go to the bank and you fill some form for your money and wait another 3 days. And the money fund 1,000 RMB. And indeed, you'll find actually you have to repeat the process to get the money. Tiny but very critical products. We lower the threshold to RMB, and you can get the money immediately. The single largest money market fund in the world. We found more and more people, like to use Alipay products. Then we need to roll out more products, insurance, and the credit in year 2 and financial service. And is to bring the world equal opportunities. I still remember that Jack Ma shared a story about him that had a chance to walk into a branch. A lady sitting there to totality bill. Actually, the bill may be only 50 RMB, but she has to wait there about maybe 1 hour or maybe even longer. She is not in the bank. So Jack, have some other way to use the technology to serve those can enjoy some service, VIP service of the bank. So that Jack want to create. Our vision is to become the thin life destination for more than 2 billion consumers globally. But we're so lucky because we're in China. So the goal is not that far. And we divided our business into 3 parts. First part is technology. We thought we are the so-called the tech. We are not trying to play the world, but we think company happen to be in the thin area, trying to use the technology to improve the business. So it's a totally different mindset. The second part is the inclusive. We have Alipay has a different product, and the last part is globalization. I will share with you more details later. Alipay, currently in China, we we provide a series of service to the people, to the users. The first of all, the most important part is Alipay, the payment function. Currently, Alipay has more than 800 million users in China accounts, and the daily active users has now, is over 200. For wealth management, we have, just like Yuobao I mentioned, we have our financing product like Huawei, like some kind of credit card, but it's a much lower threshold. People can use it. You can check out, you can shop online or offline, but you won't pay immediately. You will pay the next month. Just quite similar to credit card, but it's becomes so convenient and so easy for people to use. So a lot of young people love to use it. Currently, there's more than 400 million people in China use Huawei to pay and to check out and to pay the next month. So it's more like the first credit card for the young. We have our own insurance company, and we have our insurance service, and we have our credit system. Credit is some kind of a very interesting product, which, because in China we have the credit system like a FICO, is quite similar to FICO, but only apply to very narrow use cases. So we we build the Zhima credit, try to apply to more use cases. For example, when you walk out underground subway station, you find it's raining outside. Actually, in China, there's some companies that are running a business trying to, you can borrow an umbrella from them, from their auto machine, but you have to pay a deposit. But if you enough, actually you don't need to pay anything. You just use your Alipay, you scan the QR code and you can return in other locations. So it's very cool. Found that we tried any place that requires the deposit, like you check in the hotel, you don't need a deposit. You try to rent a car, you don't need a deposit if your score is high enough. So we don't afraid of people that they think they will escape from the hotel without paying the bills, or just not return the car, or not return the umbrella, return those stuff. We think people saw their credit is valuable. They will accumulate those scores. So it's quite important. I think it's help the Chinese society to build up the credit system. Or provide so many. Alipay in China is more become a one-stop FinLife platform. We connect to a lot of different services. I can give you another example. Is in China, the government try people. Now people actually you can apply online, but you just with your name and your ID number, can you get email license? I think the answer is no, right? Because maybe your girlfriend tried to make sure you want to marry her, then she uses your information to apply the marriage license, right? But remember, to marry the right person, the record is very important. So you have to make sure that those governments work with us to connect with Alipay. Once somebody try to apply such license, they will activate Alipay to do the face recognition, to do some biometric authentication, to make sure that you are you. So eventually you can get license with the right person, the right girl you should marry, right? And the other interesting product we create in China, we call it Ant Forest. Ant Forest actually is connect to a lot of people behavior offline and online. For example, if you riding a bicycle or office rather than driving your own car, you can generate some energy ball. It's green energy ball. And if other behavior like you pay your utility online, or you more than 10,000 the energy ball. And currently, that game become the biggest morning call in China because all the energy can be collected. So a lot of people wake up at 7 a.m. in the morning, try to collect their own energy, and you can steal from others, means your friends, the energy. So once you get enough the energy, you can donate, or you can click together and transfer to us. We will pay on behalf of you to some companies or individuals. They will plant so for the past 3.5 years, and there's 15 million people play this game, behave more environmental friendly, and more than 55 million trades. With that data will become OSs. And some other interesting tag we have is we call the credit tag, which is 310. What is 310? Is actually you can only use 3 minutes to apply for a loan, and 1 second will approve it, and without there's zero manual operation. So we have a bank. This is one of the largest online banks in China. 100 employees, about 25 million small business owners in China. So it's amazing. And those are the products we provided, but the fundamentally actually we research about the technology. Currently, we would code it for AI, S for security, I for IoT, and C for computing. Currently, Ant Financial has about employees, and 7,000 of them are working on this. And we have some kind of our institutions to lower the payment fraud laws. And the other thing, like Mr. Xu mentioned, we also focus on certification. We do a lot of regulation stuff. Currently, we have more than 390 million users has already used this kind of technology. Currently, China into some kind of in Shanghai, in Beijing, you need to carry cash anymore for the entire year. The only cash in my wallets is $1 in case I have to use a board. But in China, I don't need any cash. The joke is, in Hangzhou, even the beggar, they try to ask you some money, but you said no, I don't need money. He will give you a QR code. You can scan it. You can give him some money, without paying cash. So, but we look at the future. We think in the future, actually, you don't need to carry your phone anymore. You have your face, right? You can use your face to do the payment. I think that is the future. Well, the other thing is breakthrough in the blockchain technology. Different from other token companies, will focus on this kind of technology to serve by the people. We are not only to use the technology to help our business, we also help our partners. In China, we work with a lot of small banks. We provide them system, and we also provide them the products, help them to acquire the customers. So a lot of banks currently work with us very closely to build up their. We are not only provide the technology to in China, we also put it globally. The first generation Kung Fu master, right? We taught ourselves 20 years in a dark cave and learn some master Kung Fu. Then we read that. We pass it to VJ of Paytm in India. When we invest in India, in Paytm 4 years ago, at that time they only have 20 use cases to top up the phone. But currently they have users by 4 years and use cases like what we did in China. And just as I said, we are lucky in China, and we have 1.4 billion people. They travel. So those guys has used to use Alipay in China, to use Alipay user experience. So a lot of merchants globally to accept Alipay. And currently we have 9 local wallets launched locally. It's India, Bangladesh, and Indonesia. I think the way we work with partners, we do globally different. We invest into them, venture with them, but we are never be the controlling shareholder. We only provide money, provide the technology, provide the operating, operating experience to make sure the same mistake we ever made. So use Paytm as invest in Paytm. In the first 6 months, we send engineers to India to help them to build up the entire infrastructure, the system. So like Kakao in the joint venture with Kakao, called Kakao Pay, they achieve a lot of revenues in the recent months. So the first blockchain-based cross-border e-wallet, there's Hong Kong. Use her Hong Kong wallet. Her husband is the first blockchain-based e-wallet money transfer. So we wish we can use this technology, across the world. So to finish my presentation, I want our mission is to build up the one-stop fin life for billion customers globally. Thank you.
All right. And several years we grow. This is let's welcome Blake Larson, who is international. Welcome.
It's pretty easy to follow Uber and then Ant Financial. So I'm happy here to represent a Hong Kong founded company that we started in 2013. Asked me to come and present about how delivering the consumers' lives. It's kind of a lot of us. So this is one of our driver package from Shopee, which is all regional. What we're seeing is huge trends in e-commerce and actually the demands of consumers. What it actually means for right in front of us, we can do so many different things, but actually there's a huge offline component. It's important to make it happen. So what I'm going to do really quickly is walk you just really a new way to look at. I'll give you what we have. That's actually lives, multiple, and a quick perspective of where we are today. So first, driving the. I got this from SCA when they went public. So these are just some numbers. They're probably about a year and a half out of date, but on Southeast Asia for the moment, and you can see people talk about it as a huge opportunity, right? It's so growing very rapidly compared to the U.S. Population growth is there. It's very young. It's very mobile. And then you throw Hong Kong into the mix because this is, what we call the greater 7.5 million people and another 341 billion in GDP. So it's a huge opportunity for different companies to crack one because the local difference is especially apparent when you have an online to offline business like that. But one of the transforming, these are 2 years old, so you can internet solution, right? It's Southeast Asia. I'm sure you've heard this from some of the other, but the numbers are actually staggering. If you look at the chart, this is again 2 years ago, but on average, there's more than one connection per person to the mobile internet in Southeast Asia. So people have access to information, services, and to all. And so what this means is that consumers are actually getting much more demanding, and it's driven. This is interest that Google and Temasek put out a couple of years. The increase in food delivery. I'm sure the food delivery consumers almost every day. Push a few buttons. You can actually get your food going to the restaurant in the on-demand. And then obviously food plays a huge role, right? So instead of going down to your local UPS or Shengfeng store, you can actually have the motorcycle courier come to you and do the delivery. And then I think something that can't go understated enough is just that the growth in e-commerce in Southeast Asia, right? They're expecting it over an 8-fold increase by 2025. So really what this means, if you put all these things together, is that the consumer is becoming more and more demanding of their service providers, right? So for us, it's quite interesting because we're kind of the backbone. We're the behind the scenes, we'll bring it to you at the end, but there's a lot of things that go on at the beginning for you to order from your e-commerce company, etc. But there's a lot of infrastructure, technology, and delivery got to happen. Because if the online experience is great, but there's no offline experience, the whole experience breaks down. What's the best way to serve these growing demands? And I think this is quite an old slide. Yeah, in this and these stats. And it's basically saying that some of the biggest companies in the world have gone asset light. Found a way what exists today, make it more efficient, and then bring it to you in a better packaged experience. It's really phenomenal, right? I mean, again, I was just listening to Uber speak a couple minutes ago. 100 cities globally is just astounding. 10 years old now, right? After 5 years, we're actually launching. And so this is only possible with a few things. It's technology and kind of combining those with mobile internet experience to you, right? And this forms, but what you get out of this is a lot better asset. All of these things already exist in the market together. It's also the product life cycle. So he talks about, how your product, the ability in a matter of a couple weeks, as in these long planning cycles, it's actually about what you can give to the market, get their feedback as quick as possible. And then lastly, it's much more efficient pricing. And consumers, people's apartments, much more efficient, benefit from lower prices, more, which is an end consumer. But for us, when it comes really to logistics model, but you can understand why delivery is quite slow. The traditional different contact, right? I mean, everything from where it's manufactured to where it's stored to a fulfillment center to a collection. Many people touching it. With technology at the center of this and delivery, so we basically avoid so many of these touch points that are 4-day, 5-day delivery, and we can compress this. Our average delivery time across our 135 6 to 50 order to that time you have your item delivered. So that would not be possible in a traditional 3PL model. So really quickly, I'll share with you here, but understanding also the impact for businesses, a partnership that we have with a company called Line in Thailand. Line, it's a chat app. It's much more than that. They have Line Pay and a lot of different services now, but it's similar to WhatsApp, WeChat, etc. It's very big in Thailand, Taiwan, Japan, and to a lesser extent Indonesia. So we have a very big partnership with them. We're very B2B facing, right? So they have 95% of the entire population of Thailand. That's a huge number, yeah? And so they wanted to bring some additional services beyond just chat to their customers and beyond video. So they're really trying to merge the online world and the offline world. They said, we have this huge user base, they need more services. Let's see what we can do together, because we have the product and technology on bringing those services actually to the customer. So what they did is they offered 3 different service verticals. Convenience goods is like, they have a partnership with 7-Eleven. So 7-Eleven is integrated with Lineman. Messenger services, right? So you can think of just like courier services. You forget your mobile phone at home, you know, or you forget your computer, or you gotta go send a document from this office to that office. They bring this here. And then lastly, food delivery, which is a huge vertical, as we all know, right? So this is more what you would see as a Deliveroo or Uber Eats or Food Panda in Hong Kong. So we were the first to partner with them and really bring this to the market in Bangkok. But they said, look, to get started, we need 10,000 drivers. Right? So you can imagine, and because we have a user base of 10 million, you can imagine what that would mean for a traditional delivery company, food delivery. They're like, I want to start, but it's not like start with 1, with 10, with 100. They said, we need to start with 10,000 because we have 10 million users in Bangkok. So this would not be possible, or be very hard and expensive with the traditional model where you had to go buy the vehicles, train the drivers, and then, you know, integrate the merchants. But by partnering with us, this is kind of the differences you can see in the cost structure. So this is kind of the behind the scenes of what it looks like, right? So if you were actually to go build that and train them, you know, all the maintenance, the management overhead, all of this, we estimate the initial cost would be about $20 million US. Yeah? And then the ongoing operational costs at $4 million US a month to keep these 10,000 drivers active. But actually with us, we were able to sign the agreement and go live within about 4 months. Initial investment, not quite zero, pretty close to zero, but we didn't buy any vehicles, we didn't have to train any new drivers, we just accessed our existing fleet of drivers in the Bangkok network to grow with them. And roughly now, the operating cost of those 10,000 drivers is quite minimal, yeah, about $20,000 US. So this is really, when you look at that first slide with like Uber and Airbnb and all, the underlying premise of how a platform can actually take what exists today, make our societies more efficient, and then actually allow new business models to come to market where they might never see the light of day if somebody had to go propose to their board, I need $20 million to go test an unproven concept. So this is the results, yeah? We're doing well over 1 million orders a month with them now. The growth is very consistent. Fulfillment rate, right? So like, it's one thing to place an order, but can you actually get a driver? If anybody's having an experience with Uber, or even with us or anybody else, the most frustrating thing ever is to place an order and not get a driver. So this is like our #1 operating metric as a company, yeah? Because we can't be fast, we can't give you good service if we can't find you a driver. Our match time with them in Bangkok is about 7 seconds. So from the time you say, I want to order this, to the time we find you a driver is roughly around 7 seconds. And obviously, you know, here's a couple other statistics on the performance. They were over 20,000 active drivers as part of this partnership. So this is us in a nutshell. We started here in Hong Kong in December of 2013. Yeah? And Hong Kong is a very unique market in this way because they have this dispatch system for vans, yeah, for delivery. I have never seen this in any of the under 135 cities that we operate, where you would actually call a van for delivery like you used to call a taxi dispatch service. So we started here in Hong Kong with this model, and it's evolved. So we basically just digitized something that was already happening in an analog form. So we weren't actually the innovator. Hong Kong's call centers were the innovator to this model, and we just digitized it. And so over time, you know, we grew from 1 city to 4 cities to 20 cities to 70 cities to now roughly 135. A big portion of those are actually in mainland China. We're also across the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, Vietnam, and India is in beta launch right now. We've got over 2 million drivers in our network, so when we did research a while ago, if you actually look at the biggest fleet of delivery vehicles in the world, at the time it was the United States Postal Service, about 250,000 trucks. This was a couple years ago. So in 5 years' time, we were actually able to build a fleet that was about 10 times that size. So again, this is all without having to buy any of those assets, yeah? And you know, today we have over 4,000 employees servicing these customers. So I'll leave you with one more thought. So this is a recent photo I took in Ho Chi Minh. Yeah? Ho Chi Minh is one of our newest cities. It's our fastest growing city ever. It's a young population, it's very consumer centric. You know, Grab is there, Gojek is there, etc. So we were running a campaign with one of our restaurant partners here. And I wouldn't say this is the epitome of efficiency, by the way. If this is as good as we ever get, we haven't quite got there yet. But what we really see is how delivery is becoming an essential part of how we interact in our daily lives. It brings us convenience that we never had before. It makes us more demanding than we have ever been before. It gives us access to goods and services that were quite troublesome and time-consuming before. So, though delivery doesn't normally have like maybe the sex appeal of some of the consumer-driven internet companies, I can promise you it's a very financially strong business, and it's essential to actually transforming how our societies work. So I'm very much looking forward to the future of what we're able to do with the rest of the world, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Blake, for sharing your experience with us. Our next segment, actually, we're going to switch up a little bit, and we have 1 but 4 people that are going to come join us, talking about actually the same industry for a little bit less time, and so therefore, I'm going to be really hard on them. We are able to join us for our. They are before them. Something like that. Okay, so we're going to welcome up Buy and Ship co-founder and CEO Wilson Chan. Yay! Olasto co-founder and CEO Peter Vidkin. Co-founder of Easy Ship, also Turbonoti. Please forgive me if I said that wrong. Co-founder and CEO of Genio, Junkai Ong. Is that right? Okay, so this is going to be a little bit different because it's not a talk. It's a challenge. But before we get started, since my background is as a judge strongly based on how you answer kind of this first question, is just because not everybody will know your companies the way they might know some of the others that have been on stage this morning. So give us your one-liner. So what is it what's the problem you're solving? Who are you solving it for? And how are you solving it? Anybody like to start first?
Alright, hi guys, my name is Jun from Genio. We are a 4PL cross-border logistics company in predominantly servicing the Southeast Asian market. So currently some of our customers include people like Zilingo, Under Armour, stuff like that. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Tom. We are a global shipping platform. We help brands to ship worldwide, giving them access to more than 200 different shipping solutions for shipping domestically and internationally.
Hi, my name is Peter from Olasto. We help global retailers access localized delivery and return options in each market in Asia. We see a lot of innovation happening in store drop-off, lockers, on-demand services that are hard to tap into from a global base. So our platform helps to access these services.
Hi, my name is Wilson Chen from Buy and Ship. So same brand, same product, 2 different prices. We're helping you get what you want from anywhere in the world for 30 to 50% less. So we're a B2C cross-border e-commerce facing marketing and logistics platform. Thank you very much.
How do you think they did? So, hopefully that sort of clears things up, but I encourage you to go to all of their websites so you can have a better look at what exactly makes each company different, because they are in fact all very different from each other. But you also share some of the same challenges, I'm sure, so I wanted to ask a little bit about, especially throughout Asia, every country has a totally different existing, old world logistics network, whether it's the vans that Blake was talking about or scooter couriers in Taiwan. So what kind of challenges, and anyone can answer this, and we don't have to do like a 1, 2, 3, 4 thing. You can also not answer this question, but what challenges have you come across in working with your service, getting it into different countries when every country is so totally different in how they approach logistics?
Okay, so on my side, so we started off Hong Kong at the beginning, then we spent to Singapore, Australia, US, Canada, and Netherlands. And every time we launch a new country, we thought okay, we have a structure behind, it's going to be a little bit easier. Well, it was a little bit easier, but not as much as we wanted. Just to give some very practical, maybe a bit boring stories. When you start off Hong Kong and Singapore, we're talking about cities, so everything is a bit more streamlined. When we went to the States, we had to implement a zone system. So in the States, there are 9 base zones, depending on where you're located. So we had to basically factor this in our algorithm. Then we went to Australia. We have a zone system, we have a city system, we tested somewhere. But then we started codes. So this is a completely different setting up. So the way couriers have divided the countries where we operate affects our algorithm. Second part is about pickups, I would say. So if you are in Hong Kong, Singapore, the failure is around 0.51% top. If you're in Australia, it's around 30%. So this affects the customer experience, it affects the customer service, because you will have floats of clients coming. Nobody show up for the last, and they don't go for any reason. So this is structural differences on my side.
Anyone else have markets that you found it really tough to get into because it was just so different from Hong Kong?
I think the opportunity here is actually that it's so different, and I think that's what people are struggling with. And we're advising mostly West that are actually interested in expanding their market presence in Asia, and I think you only have to go to a Lazada or a Shopee website to see how many partners you need to integrate with to offer a full experience. And I think that's kind of the challenge that people are having, is how technology, different services from one place. So I think that's what and I think that's what we're trying to help them solve. But that's also, I think, the opportunity here, because we are trying to kind of solve the data phase. Yeah.
We're coming from a B2C system, actually integrates with existing infrastructure, right? So the whole point is everyone knows e-commerce is growing. These digital services are taking. Physical infrastructure never scales exponentially, right? So you have to use existing pieces to actually build on your network. So a lot of times, if you say specific countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, where their technology, where everyone's being mobile, but the problem is the government themselves, maybe the customs clearance, maybe the lack of clarity. All those things affect how logistics will work well. And when you're trying to in a very way, all our systems we had to print out a piece of paper to submit. That's a killer for the whole value chain, right? So the whole thing is the government's life easier. So a lot of times when we expand into new markets, we have to actually converse with their customs clearance, converse with all their ministries to see okay, how do we get duty-free limits for people? You can't set it at 0 because that's prohibitive, but at the same time you can't set it at a Apple flight.
Yeah, so I fully agree with what is. So for us, I was in Indonesia, again, duties and taxes and stuff like that. And, initially this was just to do in Indonesia. In Philippines, Vietnam, then all of this totally changed. Each country has its own set of regulations, different HS codes, stuff like that. But I think the beauty about this is because of all these markets are so fragmented, so different, this actually creates another option that we are able to acquire more customers as well.
And a couple of you have mentioned government, and that was something I wanted to touch on too, because a lot of times innovation moves faster than government does. So we did, even in Taiwan, we went through a long period where we had Uber and then we didn't have it, and now we have it again. But these big companies, Uber, Airbnb, they can afford to have a lot of public policy people on their staff, but smaller companies maybe don't have that power or the luxury to hire somebody that's an expert in this. Have you faced any challenges specifically, or are there any particular challenges that if there were government, there probably are, any government people kind of listening that you really hope that they can work better with you in order to make it easier for you to grow your business?
I think from our experience, what the easiest way to get in, or the easiest countries that we've expanded to so far in Southeast Asia, have set aside government resources dedicated to startup, like kind of fulfilling that in-between role of, okay, government agency versus private or public or foreign companies. So let's say Malaysia, for example, we work with MDEC, the Economic Ministry, Economic Council. So actually we were very fortunate because they were trying to influence policy for customs. So they were trying to raise the duty-free limit or change the tax structure, make it simpler so that they can actually become a transshipment hub of Southeast Asia. And from our perspective, that's very good because that's forward thinking. What we see in other Southeast Asian countries is like, okay, they're doing a good job, how do we do it? And then this kind of add-on effect with more success stories, the things that I think a lot of the times they ask us for information because they don't know what's better or like what is the standard that we should set ourselves on. So we just provide as much information as possible, kind of as a feedback.
Have any of the rest of you had to engage with government yet?
Oh, I think for my
Probably
part,
not.
I did engage with a couple of innovation officials. So I think for logistics, you can't just go. I mean, for Southeast Asia, at least specifically, you can't just go with a pure tech solution. It still has to couple with a little bit of relationship management, a little bit of partnership. So that kind of thing, just to smooth things over. Then you're gonna go in the angle that you're just helping them to optimize the entire process. Less paperwork, obviously. If everything can go through a pre-clearance process like what we do, I think it'll be a lot simpler.
So my next question is actually about my shoes. So these shoes actually were delivered to me, to my apartment in Taipei, by one of the companies represented on this stage, in fact. But I'll tell you about the story about these shoes. I'm pretty sure, I had to double check, but I don't want to take off my shoes and check right now. So I'm pretty sure they were made in China. I ordered them from Amazon.com in the US, because I have Amazon Prime, and I got free delivery, which was then sent to a warehouse, which was sent to Hong Kong, which was then sent to Taiwan. So the carbon footprint of this one pair of shoes, I feel kind of bad about it, even though I got a pretty good deal. So, big companies have the luxury of thinking about social good and environmental awareness and all of that, but earlier stage companies also probably should have some of that in their thinking. So is there anything, not just about carbon footprint, but are there things that you're doing innovating on environmental or social aspects within your companies, either about reducing packaging or how to reduce your carbon footprint, or also just how to make life better for your workers or the people in your community? Any things you're thinking about right now?
Yeah, I think for us we're focused on two things. One is how do we make logistics more efficient. So actually our first solution we launched is a returns platform. I mean, in e-commerce, up to 40% of orders are being sent back by customers. It's creating, first of all, an enormous amount of waste, also a lot of logistic costs, bad experience across the board, and it actually ends up with retailers that don't know what to do with returns. So I think on that actually, there is actually two problems. First of all, how do you build efficiency in reverse logistics, which is really, for us, we're big believers in how do you use existing infrastructure, and I'm not talking about courier companies, how do you use existing infrastructure like store networks or locker companies to actually bring things back efficiently. I think there's a lot of waste in the last mile. Cross-border has been actually quite efficient, but actually where you see a lot of waste is actually an individual courier going with one parcel to each customer's house. Actually from a costing point of view it doesn't make sense, but also from a carbon footprint it doesn't make sense. So how do you actually get people to pick up their parcel, drop their parcel at one location, but it actually builds a lot more efficient supply chain. I think then the second thing is, for us is where we're most excited. How do you build awareness for retailers on what to do with their return in China, send to a marketplace in the US, send back to Hong Kong, and you return it again being sent back to the US. That's actually a forfeit for a pair of shoes. So, but the interesting thing is actually there's no awareness from retailers because there's no insights on the cost. So the second thing we're actually trying to build is smart rules. Is like, so you get something back into a customer is asking for return. If you have a store network in that country, why are we not shipping back to that store network? That sounds very simple and easy, but actually systems are not built like that. So I think the first point is actually really measuring it, building awareness and looking at the cost of actually their processes. So retailers are making more of an active choice of like, should I actually be willing from a value and from an environmental point of view, should I actually be trying to get these shoes back to the US?
For us, I think like 3 years ago, we launched a boxes feature, where basically our clients can save the boxes that they use, and our algorithm automatically compute what's the optimal box to ship less air possible. So basically, if you can, I think there's been a couple of people receiving on Amazon, like maybe like ordering a Blu-ray player, and the box is like this, and they receive like a square box full of air. So, you know, the more air you ship, the more planes you need to carry the stuff. So with this feature, not only you can save a lot of money, but also you can save a lot of space and a lot of carbon dioxide. Second part is we're going to launch in the next 2 months, actually this is a preview here, our carbon dioxide footprint that basically allow users to prepay, let's say, a sort of like fee, and basically this is like, this fee goes to entity in Switzerland that is focusing planting trees worldwide. So this is pretty common in Australia and the US. I think here in Asia is not the most common yet, but we have good hopes for that.
I think in most of the cases, so let's talk about shoes, for example. The shoe box itself is not necessarily useful. Like, so it's not necessarily only the logistics side that needs to change, it's also the merchant side that needs to change. Because a lot of times, like clothing in general, like t-shirts don't need to be packed in a box, they can be packed in a bag. I think for us as a company, we don't necessarily focus on environmental tasks as like our #1 thing, but when they're tied in with our business, like, okay, shipping air is not a good idea. Okay, great. So what should we do? How do we lower the overall wasted space? So how do we optimize based on efficiency? So our technique that we use was consolidation, right? So consolidation for us was the biggest change for both business efficiency, profitability, and also kind of how do we make the least amount of impact or maximize the resources available. And then another thing was like for a person, a consumer, just think about it from your own perspective. Would you rather deliver 4 different packages, or would you rather they just consolidate it to one? The problem is most traditional logistics, especially last mile, the problem that they have is their system was only meant for like transactions. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. If you try to go like 1, 2, 3, it's like where did 3 come from? And like, oh, this is new. It's like, oh, that costs more money. And something like that. But from our feeling, it should be like, okay, we should focus on the consumer's experience, focus on the overall business experience, what makes the most sense first, and then we go back and like, okay, let's plan on how to make the logistics better.
That makes a lot of sense, because I should, full disclosure, that there were 4 pairs of shoes in that box and a bunch of other things. So that actually cut down on how many delivery people were coming to drop off these packages. Okay, our last question that I had wanted to ask. So hopefully you have some good stories, because besides just making it faster and cheaper for us to get stuff, I know that a lot of you are also helping other entrepreneurs, even nonprofits or global organizations, to be able to do their work better. So have you seen any success stories in, not even just on the consumer side, but also on the helping other businesses grow along with you?
Yeah, so the idea is we always started from the small clients. When we started, we wanted to make logistics accessible to everybody. So now we have more than 40,000 clients worldwide, and many of these are like mom and pop shops, right? They started like that. And then they were mostly focusing on their domestic market, because of course it's the easiest to crack. But then they were looking at the international e-commerce as something very scary. So like they were receiving maybe inquiries from customers located in the UK or something, and they were like, well, I would love to sell there, but it's on the from the logistic standpoint, it's very complex. I run the risk to pay a lot of money, to pay a lot of taxes, to disappoint my customer. And so they were basically leaving money on the table. What we saw is that they use our technology to integrate our plugin and checkout. So now every visitor they receive, coming from anywhere in the world, when they add something onto their cart and they want to check out, they can see exactly how much the shipping costs, how much the taxes, and we can this amount. So basically, now everybody can buy it easy without any risk. And we saw these companies going from 10 orders a day to 16, 17, and then growing like that. And when you do that amount of small volume, it really makes a difference, right? Because this extra money you can use to send your kids to a better school, buy a bigger car, have more holidays, more time together. So we stand by them.
Right, so I think I have kind of a different approach from them. So we started off with the most difficult market, cross-border into Indonesia. So one of our success stories, for example, is Zelingo. They needed a solution for the cross-border into Indonesia because they're using folks like your DHLs, your Skynexes, your Aeromaxes, stuff like that. So they're having problems, especially with custom clearance. That's now being a huge issue. Off with the most difficult market and eventually expanded to the easier markets along the way. So, like what everyone has said earlier, is we want to grow with our customers. So over time, we grew into Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, anywhere they want to go, we try to do it with them. So these become some of our anchor stories. Then it's very simple after that, because all we need to do after that is just layer merchants over them, because the infrastructure has already been built, and over time, you just optimize and tweak the processes along the way.
I guess from our perspective, especially for entrepreneurs, I think it's very important. It's not easy doing this, right? So I think anyone that actually starts crazy enough to start a company has to have some kind of support network. So a lot of times we go out to all these startup events, we meet each other or stuff like that, and then when we see, especially with our company, when we see there's something interesting, we try to integrate it with us, right? Just to test it out. Because I don't care if we're using us as a base case or anything like that, every one of us needs help. As long as your solution fits our needs or something like that, we try our best to actually build up on it. Because realistically speaking, there's not one company that's going to rule the world, right? It's going to be a conglomerate of companies, it's going to be a partnership of companies that actually makes the most difference, I think, in the long run.
We're about out of time for our panel, so I want to thank you guys also because, we often, when we listen to a lot of speeches, we're talking about the technology, about the business model, but I did want to kind of get your insights into how are we making the world a little bit better or helping others along the way. So hopefully that can start with startups. If you're still young and naive enough to think you can make the world better. Hopefully you will, yeah. So I've been asked to ask you guys to stay up here for a photo, and then we'll go on to our next speaker. Should I stay here too? Standing's probably better. So as we clear off the chairs and everything, I'll start introducing you to our next section, which is totally different but also same, is make business a lot easier for other businesses as well. So one of the issues that we've been talking about today is finance, and in this case, how blockchain is being used for personal finance. So we would like to welcome Sean Ratch, who is the CMO of Crypto.com, to come and join us and share all about blockchain.
Thank you very much. Hi, I hope everyone's doing well. Outside is pretty busy if you haven't been out there. Not that you all need to leave while I'm talking, but it's a great conference. I wanted to say thank you very much to the organizers for not only putting this on, but also inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here to talk about our business, but first off, I've always wanted to put this, where did it go? Okay, it's going backwards. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, it's in the last slide. We got the old last slide trick here. So the last slide is the same as the first slide. Okay. I always wanted to put this picture up because this is Hong Kong. And I came here in the year 2000, which is hard to believe that it's going to be Sup Gaoding soon, which is 19 years. That's amazing. Hong Kong is an amazing place for innovation and for startups. Charles from Invest Hong Kong took a moment to talk about that earlier, and I think he's got a great point. Nowhere else is there a place that really is a land of innovation, a land of opportunity. Had an opportunity to talk to Dr. Alan Zeman a few years back, and you may catch from my voice that I'm originally from the United States. And a lot of times Americans talk about the land of opportunity, especially somebody from Texas. But I really think Hong Kong offers that. So if you are a startup, besides all the interesting people out there and ideas, the spirit, the community that comes from the people of Hong Kong, the can-do spirit, and the desire to actually solve problems. And speaking of that, solving problems, Hong Kong is a money town. We know a lot about money. We have got, obviously, the banks, all of the different systems, but also we have the governance that's in place. And for us as a company, somebody standing on stage with a shirt that says crypto.com, you're probably wondering, how does that all fit together? So let me just talk to you where we are in the world right now when it comes to blockchain and cryptocurrency. Do you know that only 0.6% of the entire world uses crypto today? Let's do the old audience participation trick. How many of you own some cryptocurrency? Not bad, all right. You guys are at the front of the edge. All right, cool. What does this feel like? Does anybody remember this? This is when the internet had 36 million users. Okay, 1997. Luckily, that's actually when I started working on the internet. So I got to see this whole development. And if you look at 1997 and where the internet was, and some of you may or may not know, but there were these crazy stories and crazy business plans and crazy stock fluctuations. And then obviously the dot-com crash happened, and unfortunately 9/11 happened, and that kind of just took us all in a tailspin. But did the users of the internet ever decline? Was there ever a period of time where 1 year it went backwards? The answer is no. And in fact, the internet grew and grew and grew, and then mobile phones came along. It actually wasn't until the Android phones that were relatively economical were available, and then we saw another increase in use of internet. Does anybody know off the top of your head how many people use the internet today? What's the number? 4.5 billion people. 4.5 billion. Now there's a goal. So what are we going to try and do? Your little band out of Hong Kong, crypto.com, we were actually, the founders were set up and incubated at the Supercharger in Cyberport. This is where we stand today. It's roughly 45 million people are using cryptocurrency. Our objectives are not only to take us to this level, which is the 450 million mark, but then all the way to match that of the internet. Because we're a mobile first, and actually maybe mobile only. We do have a website, as you might imagine, but the website is only the information. All the transactions, everything is done on the mobile phone. So what is it that we've done? We're trying to solve the problems that people face when it comes to financial services. Financial services, money, touch all of us, but there are all kinds of challenges with that. Whether you're in what we would call the fiat, the traditional currency world, or in a cryptocurrency world, there are bad actors. And so you have to do things with the right kind of compliance standards, the right kind of security, and all of those type of things. And that's been the focus of our company. What are the key challenges that we see facing the blockchain industry? Those of you who already own cryptocurrency probably felt, boy, there's got to be a better way to do this. If you haven't experienced it yourself, before we launched our app, you would open an account in one place, open it to an exchange. You'd have to go through some sort of registration process, then pass through to one step, the next step. basically it could take you about 2 weeks to purchase cryptocurrency. And in our case, you download the app at crypto.com, you download the app, put it on your phone, you associate a credit card, and you can purchase cryptocurrency today. In fact, in minutes. So the access is one of the key things. The on and off ramps, meaning the ability to spend. This is one of the main things that people have talked about with cryptocurrency. How do you spend it? Well, that's where something wonderful like this comes. A metal Visa card. So you can spend your cryptocurrency anywhere in the world that Visa is accepted. And I think we all know their slogan, anywhere you want to be, something like that. That's exactly what we're trying to do. And usability. If you look at compliance on one side, usability has got to be a key component of how do we make this as easy as possible for people to use. So this is our initial product suite, which was the card and the wallet app. You bring those together and we begin to get to this vision that we have of cryptocurrency in every wallet. But what is this model all about? What are we saying? Well, the card and the app actually are the distribution model. People can understand what a credit card is. Okay, so they say, oh, I'd like to have this credit card. We've taken a card, it's metal. It's made by the same people who make the Amex Centurion card. We then loaded it up with lounge access, cash back, a whole range of things. And we've said, we'll give it to you with no annual fee. But you need to buy some cryptocurrency, you store it for 6 months, and then the cryptocurrency is yours to do whatever you like. With that, we start the system, which says, can we now look at financial services and redefine them? So what does an investment product look like? What does credit look like? So let's talk about that card real quick. I mentioned it, metal card, Visa. It gives you access to, currently we have 7 fiat currencies, traditional currencies, and 6 cryptocurrencies. There's no annual fee. We give you up to 2% cash back. Another key thing is when you're traveling, interbank exchange rates, you know, the Google rate, you don't have to go to a money changer. You spend with the card, you spend like a local. And then airport lounge access. Everybody likes to take a break when they're traveling, so perfect opportunity to leverage that. The app itself, it allows you to manage the transactions on the card, all of those type of things, allows you to freeze it. You've lost your card, you can freeze it with one tap. And we're encouraging you to upgrade as you go. But also, it allows you to securely purchase, store, send it, cryptocurrency between users, actually for free. And if you want to track the market, see how your favorite cryptocurrency is doing, we've got a list of the top 200 coins available for you with all the information. Now with that, we've got this platform going. We started to think, what are some of the things that people want? You get into cryptocurrency, many people are like, well, I don't know which one to buy. I don't know when to sell it. What should I do? So we looked at it and said, what if we democratize quantitative trading? So using the same things that you see in the equity markets, we have our own trading team, and we're able to offer a product where people can hedge, people can trade this basket of currencies that's actually designed to fit their risk profile. And we don't charge fees. We only charge it when you make money, so it's a success fee. There's no entrance fee, there's no exit fees, keeping it nice and simple for every consumer. Is what's credit? So the idea of currency, many people would like to hold it. Come up with a term for it, the HODL, an intentional misspelling. But with our credit, the intention will be that you deposit your cryptocurrency and we'll give you the credit to go spend. You deposit 10 Bitcoin, 30,000 US dollars, $15,000 to spend with. To when am I going to have to pay? When am I going to worry about my billing? That's up to you. And because we're a startup with we're not charging you the 32% or whatever it is that your credit card is charging you. Ask the consumer. The last thing that I wanted to share with you, and something that I think we'll all be seeing very soon, is the ability to pay and get paid in crypto. So we just had some B2B players here talking about how will they go through it. We've heard from Ant Financial, the now ubiquitous QR code that took quite a while to get here. but our ability to use our wallet to actually pay online initially and then ultimately in retail directly from your crypto wallet. This is not very far away at all. So it's a short chance to introduce our company today. This is our mission, to accelerate the world's transition to cryptocurrency. I hope you'll take the chance to download the app, find out for yourself, and if you have any questions, you can always visit the website or just email me. I'm Sean@crypto.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sean. So now we're moving from more intangible ways that we're using innovation to make life better and going into something a bit more tangible. So now we have Pete Santora, who's Chief Commercial Officer of Software Automation, who's going to be sharing on the future of production and manufacturing. Welcome, Pete.
Good afternoon. My name is Pete Santora. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for Software Automation. Has anyone heard of software automation? Okay, one, awesome, nailed it. Who is in apparel industry here? Raise your hands if you're in the apparel industry. Okay, so Software Automation is a robotic sewing company. And so what I want to talk to you a little bit about today is redesigning the textile supply chain. So if you look at the textile supply chain in 1900 and you look at it today, that's about as advanced as you possibly can get. More than 90 are wearing today are all. So I just want to take a comparison and just look at what the auto industry was doing in 1900. So this is one of the first cars. This is from Ford. And this is how they made the car. And it wasn't until about 10 years later that they started the process of a full assembly line. This is how they make the car today, the Ford F-150 in the US. So it's not that it doesn't have people, but the only way that that manufacturing process can still take place in the US is that it has a lot of robots. The problem with fabric, just by count, does anyone know how many people it takes to make a t-shirt? Any guesses? Is there a guess? Someone take a guess. That's cheating. It's 10 people to create one t-shirt. What's that? And do you know how long it takes to create a t-shirt? It's over 8 minutes to create a single t-shirt. And they're doing a Ford F-150 in 53 seconds. Just gives you context of the process. So that's a car coming off the line every 53 seconds. The whole truck takes longer. So the problem with fabric is that it's not rigid. If this was wood or metal, it would be done. The problem would be solved, we wouldn't be talking about it. But every time you touch fabric, it distorts, it rolls, it curls, and so it's incredibly difficult to automate. So what we started to work on more than 10 years ago in the research lab was something like Tesla for sewing, a way to use cameras and sensors to map fabric and then robotics to steer fabric through the sewing needle. So one of the things that we realized was you couldn't use robots the same way that you traditionally thought of using robots, with a 6-axis arm or some type of humanoid. They had to be used in a way that, that could manipulate fabric and correct for any distortions. So in this, actually, it's a table full of balls. Each ball is a robot, and it's able to manipulate the fabric, stretch it, and prepare it for whatever the operation is. This today, as simple as this looks, has a person at every single one of these stations applying these labels. The same machine is used, but the people are actually holding the good and laying it under a system of lasers to know exactly where to place it. It's a fairly simple task. It's as de-skilled as you possibly could get, but there's still a person there. And just for that, there's no way to actually do this process in the US and make it cost efficient. So what we did is we took that system of knowledge and technology that we created, and we started creating whole solutions for the garment industry. So in this case, a whole robotic line that looks like a chip manufacturer, but for a particular product. In this case, it's a t-shirt. In this case, there's a t-shirt coming off of this work line every 22 to 26 seconds. And it looks something like this. You have a series of operations between labeling, stacking the good, sewing the shoulders and side seams, attaching sleeves. This process today takes 10 workers, but it can, just production, this line itself requires only 1 worker, and then the production is about 50% greater. So it comes out to about 17 workers for every 1 worker that's managing this, this work line. And so this is the only way that you can make it possible to do automated goods or the construction of goods in a place other than where labor is incredibly cheap. And even if you look at China and the rising wages of China, as you start to get to a worker cost of about $600 a month, that's when robotics really starts to play a major role. So in some place like, in a place like Bangladesh, where the worker wages are rising now from about $150 to about $195, still below that kind of threshold for robotics. But the closer you get to the 600 number, the faster that robotics start to enter the market and take the place of workers. So, so the biggest, one of the biggest things about this is using this line, you can actually make a t-shirt for under $3 in the US. That's cheaper given the cost of labor and regardless of duties and tariffs, even though duties and tariffs is becoming a more and more poignant problem. So cost efficient wise, it's as good as any Asian supply chain, and it's also going to reduce inventory by 90%. This is not going to be for the world's production of goods, but it is going to be for a certain number of goods. The place where they are created is going to change. And the goal of this, and really the goal of the technology is to create a model where you can make goods where they're being purchased. So the closer to the end consumer, whether that's China making for China, that's the US making for US, whether that's Europe making for Europe, to take this process of trying to forecast what demand and product and style is going to be like is a minimum of 12 weeks for the most basic goods. For footwear, it's about 18 months. So it's almost impossible. It is impossible to forecast that. It's just a guess. And for our supply chain, it's 1 to 3 days if you can make locally. The U.S. is blessed with a few things like cheap power, the world's 3rd largest supply of cotton, one of the best bulk supplies of cotton in the world. So there's a lot of things that also enable this supply chain to take place. And the goal for manufacturers more and more is going to become vertical. That's something that we're seeing here in Asia from the mills up. And we're also starting to see in the US, companies starting to look at, we have a lot of the mills already in the US, but how can they start moving up the supply chain into the manufacturing of goods. And as you move up, you can actually introduce the innovations along the supply chain without having as many stakeholders in the process that currently exist today, which make innovation incredibly difficult. And so just quickly, 4 more pressures. This isn't just about technology. So customers are demanding this with their faster times, their expectations around delivery. You're seeing Amazon, Alibaba has a lights out jean factory coming, Adidas Speed Factory. You're seeing this economics, so this desire for zero inventory, but again, as the wage growth goes up, as you start to hit this $600 per month wage, suddenly robotics looks incredibly favorable. And then sustainability. So sustainability has never, especially last year, a lot of talk about sustainability. Product wasn't exactly flying off the shelf just because it was more sustainable, but what we saw is the small brands really excelling at telling their story directly to consumers and carving market share away from the big brands. That has led to big brands paying more attention to sustainability than solely their shopping racks and what people are buying. And so I just kind of to end, this is something that, this is really a global phenomenon. We think the global supply chain will always look global, but there needs to be a percentage, call it 10 to 20%, that is local. And that is being seen across fashion for good and innovation, something that they see, something Liam Fung here in Hong Kong is seeing with the supply chain, and then global providers of labels, on-demand labels, made to measure, and then manufacturers. So one of the first manufacturers to do this is a Chinese factory that's set up in Arkansas to deliver for Adidas and other customers, and they created that factory last year. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pete. To continue with our conversation about production, we're going to have another speaker share with us about making production smarter through AI. And so we'd like to welcome Professor Calvin Wong, who is Associate Head of Institute in Textiles and Clothing at PolyU. So, Professor Wong, go ahead. All yours.
Thank you, my name is Calvin. I'm an academic, but I try to make my presentation not academic. Okay. Okay. I'm now leading a research team. The name is called the TAI, Textile and Apparel Artificial Intelligence TAI Research Team. This team has been established since 2010, and what we are now doing is mainly focused on the fundamental and applied research using AI on our fashion and textile industries. And my main focus is about image feature extraction, computer vision, and also some sort of pattern recognition. Okay, when we talk about textile and apparel production, I'm sure that all of you can understand this kind of key operations: spinning, weaving, knitting, dyeing, and finishing. For apparel production, we talk about marker making, spreading, cutting, sewing, so forth. But in the value chain, what we focus is about the production management, like the planning and scheduling, night balancing, quality assurance. So you may have questions when we talk about how to apply AI in our fashion and textile industry. We may think about some sort of specific operations, planning and scheduling, night balancing, and quality assurance. And I'm sure that in the past, I think maybe 2 decades, many research papers are talking about these topics. But right now, it's not easy to find very successful applications. Because I spent maybe 9 minutes here, the quality assurance. And also this is the research in the past few years of my team. So I would like to introduce is that we call it WiseEye, which is an AI-based defect detection system for textile manufacture. The reason why our research team has developed the WiseEye, I'm sure that for the textile manufacturing, even for some textile mill, they are using the most advanced and high-performance visual machines. It doesn't mean that they can guarantee the fabrics they produce are defect-free. It's impossible, okay, because there's a lot of factors which will influence, the quality of the fabric, like, the machine setting, the manufacturing environment, and even, the quality of the materials. So this is the reason why we have started, to think about this. And in the past 2 decades, many research publications and research articles, studies about how to make the fabric inspection automatically. But it's still a very big challenge right now. And so that's why even today, we can't see any very successful application how to use AI to replace human visual inspection on the textile manufacturing process, particularly about the fabric inspection. So almost all textile manufacturing companies still rely on human visual inspection method. I can't say 100%, but at least 99%, I would say. So what is WiseEye? There are some sort of special features and uniqueness. The system is embedded with the novel AI-based machine vision technology and also the deep learning technique. In the past few months, we have almost trained the system to learn 10 million images, to instruct, the system, how to define the defects, how to identify the defects on the fabric manufacturing process. And for the WiseEye, we can make, the fabric manufacturing and also the inspection, which can be carried out simultaneously. It means that once once the defects can be identified, we can alert the weaving machine. We can alert, the quality controller, the production management. Okay, this machine is now generating some sort of defective products. So the WiseEye, which can be integrated with the weaving machine, and we can cope with the highest weaving speed setting of the existing weaving machines. I'm sorry that the weaving speed is actually quite slow. Okay, and we can detect near 40 common fabric defects, which are always happen in the textile manufacturing process. And the detection pixel resolution can be up to 0.1 millimeters per pixel. So this is the WiseEye integrating with the weaving machine. Actually, I prepared a video, but I'm not sure maybe which cannot be displayed. How we can, detect, the fabric defects. There are two phases. The WiseEye, can go through. The first one is called training. Another one is called the testing or learning. I'm sorry that it's quite technical, so I skip it. I would like to use, this slide, to elaborate more about the mechanism. Okay, the stage one is called the The stage one is called the learning. We capture the image during the production process, and then we translate the image into so-called the two-binary texture structure. So you can see, the white dots, which is actually the intersection point between, the warp and the weft yarn. And based on our robust machine vision algorithms, we can understand, we can analyze, the distance between the intersection point and also, the angles. So which is a standard, defect-free. So for this learning process, we must make sure that the quality inspector, is here, and he or she can make sure, okay, for the first 6 centimeters of the fabric, which is defect-free, so which is a standard. And then we go to the second stage, which is the detection process. So we keep capturing, the image using our high resolution camera, and then we can transform all those images, into the restored texture, like what we have done before in the initial stage, and then we can make a comparison. So when you can see that you can see that for the white dots, you can see the abnormal patterns. So which are the defects? So this is our main mechanism, how to identify the defects. There are some examples I would like to share with you. So these are the defects. We have successfully tested WiseEye in the textile mill, in the real-life manufacturing environment, and the accuracy rate is up to 92% right now. So the breakthroughs, certainly we successfully apply AI in the traditional textile inspection process using machine vision and deep learning based algorithms. And we can achieve 100% real-time inspection during the manufacturing process. Because at the moment, all those manufacturing companies are just allocating quality inspector, to walk around the inspection machines. So maybe there's some time gap between the two inspections, maybe up to 3 to 4 hours. But in these 3 to 4 hours, substandard fabrics, will be manufactured. Certainly, we can rearrange, the assignment of the laborers, quality inspector. They can be reassigned to do more, other high-value operations. And right now, the visor, which can cover the major portion of the woven fabrics in solid color. So what we do next step? We are now extending our fabrics, with more challenging patterns, like the complicated stripe and also the track patterns. And think about, how about the knit fabric, non-woven fabrics, leathers, and the other types of products, other materials. We can also extend, this kind of techniques to this kind of products. And even we can extend, to inspect, the garment, like the garment inspection, handbag, footwear inspection, and even size measurement tracking. So right now we see that, there's a big room, for the textile whatever textile and apparel manufacturer. They can think about whether we can automate, the inspection process. And that for the whole value chain of textile and apparel, there are so many checkpoints for inspection. But I'm sure that all those checkpoints, are done by the human being. I'm not talking about, to use AI to replace human being, but we can, minimize, those type of human effort, and then we can reallocate, those human efforts, into higher value operations. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wong. Now we are at our last speaker for the morning, which is the most difficult spot to be in because everybody's really hungry. So I hope you'll give him your respect and attention and listen to our final speaker for this morning. So please welcome Jack Yoon, who is Head of Agriculture, Food and Life at SGS, and we're going to be talking about omni-channel solutions. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Jack. I'm representing SGS Hong Kong, and it's my pleasure to be here, such as wonderful locations, and sharing these interesting topics. And for those who don't recognize SGS, we are actually an international third-party quality assurance company with a footprint of laboratory and office in over 130 countries. And we have about 95,000 associates serving our client in different areas worldwide. And today I'm going to talk about new generation of consumers and also what is the great value for money means to them. To start with, I would like to start with some statistics. There's a lot of people think that omnichannel is the future of e-commerce. But what makes it so important is because of the blooming trend of e-commerce behind. And of course, in Asia Pacific countries, where particularly in China, whereas everyone, I believe, is still keeping their eyes on it. And as you can see from the trend that the China online retail market is expected to grow to about 1,100 billion US, with a shares about 33.6% of its total retail sales in about 2020. And we believe that the trend or the figures will keep climbing up as the China government has a great intention to open up its domestic market to invite those foreign players to join the market. Meanwhile, the trends for the retailers and brands to adopt omnichannel strategies has also increased significantly during the past couple of years. I'm not just saying those traditional retail companies entering the huge e-commerce potential market, but also those e-commerce companies. I take Amazon for example. They also start building up their brick and mortar physical store after they launched their first physical store in 2015, and the numbers keep increasing. So I think that whether you're a large existing corporate or just a new startup company, you also have to get yourself prepared for this kind of trend. And at the same time, consumer behavior also changed a lot under the rapid growth of IoT technologies and applications, where nowadays the consumer can easily access different kind of information about the products through various channels and varieties of devices. So it's like an evolution. Our consumer nowadays is getting smarter. So it's like an evolution that we no doubt that we're dealing with a very smart consumer nowadays compared with the past. An early survey showed that about 50% of our consumers, actually they are willing to spend more for products which is with high, good transparency and values. And actually brands know that as well, so that they are also welcome to share more information with the consumers. But there's two key questions over here. The first one to the brands: what kind of information does the consumer care most about? And to the consumers, whether I can trust the information that I read. About the first question, we done a survey a couple of years ago and studying the online retail market. And surprisingly, we found that pricing is not the major considering factor for consumers when it comes to buying. And quality of the product was instead. About 47.7% of consumers actually say that quality of the product is what they think most about when it comes to buy or not buy the products. And for the second question, which is about information credibilities, in order to build a bridge between the consumers and the brands with secured information and data, we at SGS actually built our own solution which is able to provide such kind of bonding to join this both parties together. So, our omni-channel solutions is actually basically a combination of product independent checkmark, which aim to demonstrate a product which has been selected randomly and tested independently according to 6 major quality attributes, including the quality of the product, performance, the durability, function, usability, and also workmanship. And by connecting that with a cloud-based e-platform, the consumers can easily access this kind of quality-related information simply by scanning the QR code on the tag itself or maybe on the product itself. And most importantly, this kind of information has been verified and authenticated, as all the information and data is stored at our back-end service, which the consumer can trust on it. And apart from the solution which I've just introduced, we even have a step further to also transfer our knowledge to the communities. We have set up our Facebook account, which is called 生活摇本, which means quality lifestyles, to share the most updated information, trends, news, and also some strict interviews with the consumers in a simple, fun, and down-to-earth way through social medias. Just to wrap my presentations, in today's omni-channel retails, consumer is getting smarter and smarter. So my advice to all startup companies is to try to make your products as transparent as possible, as this is what the consumer is expecting about. And also provides products which is able to strive for better lifestyles and be more sustainable to the environment. And not to forget to embrace any possible technologies which is able to facilitate the process. And we are at the booth B11. So if anyone would like to learn more about a solution or maybe talk with our expert, you're welcome to pay us a visit over there. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a good event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to Jack for being the last guy before lunch, which is always an unenviable position. Right now we would like to welcome everyone to have a lovely lunch, but also remember to visit the exhibits all throughout the hallway here. We have more than 100 companies represented, including Amsterdam's Fashion for Good. We also have companies from SOSV, and the Mills Fabrica has quite a few awesome companies that are exhibiting as well. Join us back here at 2 o'clock for our next session. Thank you.
下午是什么东西啊？
下午就比较和生活相关。
这2个人应该3个小时没问题吧？主要是这一块，我会担心还差一块的问题。拿这个形式，那现在他们点进去看，应该要等一段时间，应该要缓存。差不多是这样。
That's a surprise. That's a quite a legit reason. That's a legit all the games. Couldn't tell. I've been to one of your spots. I think you guys have to sponsor. We had a sponsor. We're gonna open something. It's not open. It's not. No, it's a lady. A girl actually. Don't worry about it. That's why.
I know. It's like, hopefully it's coming. Yeah, thanks. Livia was here. nó quay với lại Ê, sập thấu có người không? Hả? Có người không?
We're going to get started with the second portion of our program, which is all about living better. But to get us kind of started on this topic for this afternoon, we would like to invite actually one of the people responsible for us all being here today. I'm so sorry, see? Vanessa Chung, who is the Managing Director and founder of The Mills and Nanfang Development, also with Nanfang Development Limited, to share a little bit about what happens when heritage meets innovation. So to kick us off, we're going to invite Vanessa up here to share a little bit with us.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Welcome to the Tech Lifestyle Conference 2019. I'm Vanessa and I'm here today to talk about how retail can be reinvented through sharing the story of the mills. If you were here last year, you probably noticed that I'm quite the retro type and like to draw inspiration from the past. So I'm going to start today by going back in time again. Apparently, the first ancient Roman markets was one of the first recorded shopping malls. The malls at the time were more for the community to gather rather than just for commerce. Likewise, across the other side of the world, in Chang'an was also used to make friends and family. It was only going down the road that malls got more commercialized and became mainly a shopping destination. It leaves one to wonder if retail can be a place for the community to gather once again. When we started the mills 4 years ago, one of the key questions we asked ourselves was whether an old textile mill can be in Chunwan can be revitalized for the community. 4 years on, we're excited to be finally open to the public. As some of you might know and witnessed personally, the mills finally officially opened its doors last month on December 6th. It has been a very memorable yet challenging journey for all of us from idea to launch, especially given the also very predictable and healthy retail climate out there in the past couple of years. We still braved the world and took a stab inserting a retail component into the mills. Let me share with you 3 key learnings we had when it comes to revitalization and creating this new retail destination. The first lesson is that the future of retail is in content. While traditional retail is mainly of a landlord-tenant relationship and responding to market trends and needs, new retail is about new experiences and content for the community. In other words, leading the trend. Obviously, the immediate question is how can such content best be created? We believe that any destination has to start with understanding its origins and the past. If you think about the mills, this is acting through time. How can we combine in style? How can the old experience new technologies and brands? With the content in place, the next question we had was how to best tell our story to the community. We've been telling this story in 3 ways. The first is in its architecture and design. When you walk around the mills, you'll see that we have preserved many of the old structures and artifacts in different parts of the building and giving them new life by adding modern elements of steel, glass, and skylights. If you have more questions, the design team's right here, you can ask them. Second, we tell this story by combining it with technology. One example is this virtual reality VR experience from our heritage team chat that has a museum experience about Hong Kong's textiles history as seen through the lens of VR. The final yet most impactful way of storytelling is through participation of the public, which brings us to the lesson. And that is, the best content are often co-created together with others. At the mills, partnership and openness to co-creation are part of our values. And since the start of the project, we consistently reached out to many institutions, manufacturers, advisors, startups, which many now become our partners, and we've been receiving lots of valuable feedback and ideas from them. For example, some of our tenants now come from our first batch of pilot incubatees that we've been supporting from their early days. When they opened their stores at the mills, it was co-designed with our teams, as well as facilitating their market campaigns. We've also started doing a lot more collaborative initiatives with our tenants, like these Chinese New Year functions I have here with me that are designed and produced together with Made in Sample. Even at the community level, co-created content encourages participation and inspiration. The most recent example happened this past summer when we put together a woven Chinese dragon that was not done by one single artist, but an artist setting up shop in the hearts of Chunwan's parks and getting students, children, and parents to come together and weave. There are plenty more we can share, but at its heart, this is about co-creating with the community for the community. Finally, the third lesson, that at the end of the day, the mission for us is to bring the community together for inspiration. At the industry level, this includes bringing together different stakeholders to the table for co-creation and practical innovation, making new technology accessible for the public. One example is the prototyping lab at Fabrica that's jointly developed with Hong Kong Retail for startups, students, and corporates to use and to test out their ideas. Another example is setting up experiential retail spaces like garment-to-garment recycle store, or the Textile X store for the public to come together to understand more about how new technologies are transforming the fashion and textile scene. Because community building is about engaging the public through activities where they can learn, have fun, and be inspired, and really bringing a diverse group of people for co-curation and creation, especially across different ages and generations, where we hope to use the mills for cross-generation learning and enjoyment. I just had a little one myself, who's this one, if you can't tell, and would very much like him to continue this part of the journey as well. Just as the original textile mills had the same energy and spirit of bringing the community to co-create together, our hope is that the mills can become the go-to center for inspiration from heritage to innovation. That's all I have for today. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming, and enjoy the rest of it.
Thank you very much to Vanessa for getting us kicked off for the next couple of hours as we invite a lot of really great speakers to join us. So the first up next is going to be talking to us from Design Thinking for Better, Stephen Wong, who will share his thoughts of it.
Thank you. The good thing for Hong Kong. So I'm currently with Swipe Beverages, but probably you know me better on my previous life actually. I ran Asian Mouse for 7 years, so probably you're one of the members. I also run an organization called DTIA, Design Thinking in Action. So what is it? This is basically a bunch of people like me that we love design thinking. We get together every year. We talk about it going. So, but who are we going to learn from, right? So we learn from each other. So that's actually our mission is really for business motion, educate thinking, right? So the topic. How many of you, most of you, I think when you're trying to actually live better or live well, right? At the end of the day, this is what you want to do. But the common wish actually, I've heard a lot from startups or from companies by saying that actually, well, I would love to have a simple but elegant solution. I also actually try to be truly customer-centric. That is almost a motherhood statement. Everybody talks about it, right? But the question really is, it's easy to say, but actually how are we going to do it? The how, I think, actually is the most difficult. So, how many of you have heard about the design thinking process? Just raise your hand. Okay, this is a better group. So you're like the startup people in the front and they all raise their hand, the corporate people at the back, none of them raise their hand, okay? So, very, very, very typical. Okay, the design thinking process actually is a customer-centric problem-solving methodology which has 5 steps. It's very simple, right? Empathy, define, ideate, prototyping, test. But let's go for a little bit more and talk about it. It is from D School in Stanford. If you actually started there, and also many companies actually in the world uses it. You know, Cafe uses it, Asian Mouse uses it, DBS, P&G, so on and so forth, right? And how many of you know these firms? Okay, again, the front knows everything. So you guys can go take a nap, okay? And the rest at the back, you listen, okay? So when I ask who are the most famous consulting firms, they say McKinsey, BCG, There's one common thing. They all have bought one of these little firms. These are all considered the world's most innovative, so-called innovation consultancy firms. And they are all using actually design thinking, or they call human-centered design as a tool to help them actually do the work at the back. So if you hear a lot of these other things like double loop, double diamond, they are all the same at the end of the day. Underneath is all the same concept about putting the customer in the center first. Why? It's very difficult for one consultancy to say that I use another consultancy's theory to consult, right? So they all have to actually change the name and make sure that actually is applicable under their own name. So, but the philosophy at the back is the same. So it's all about making sure that we actively always in the sweet spot where the customer, technology, and business intersect. That's actually the focus. The focus is always on the customer. But you ask me, how is it different, right? How can design thinking help what we want to do? Okay. Today, we don't have a lot of time, but I want to focus on the first 2 parts. Basically, empathy and define on the designing process. How this can really help you. The first which we want to do, right? On a lot of work is one simple but elegance. But my point of view is simple is actually not that simple. In order to get the simple, actually it's quite a lot of work. So this is what I look at. There's two types of simplicity. I hope you're more on the right hand side to you than the left hand side. Right? Some people say that we're very simple, but it's some sort of simplicity with ignorance. So I think I know everything. This is simple, I just put it there. Some of the best products, your Apple products probably are more on the right hand side. It's simplicity with sophistication. But the challenge is how do you get there? I think in my point of view actually, you must have gone through this talk called complexity with chaos. Because you hear so much, you learn so much, and you have to distill it back to actually simplicity with sophistication. But the key over there actually, in order to do that, I think there are two things. First, of course, you require time and effort. But second, I think it requires a lot of understanding by your customer, which I'll talk about. So, the point about understanding the true needs of your customer, we all think that you are a good proxy of your customer, but I'm telling you, you are not. Especially for a lot of us that are in corporate for a long time, for a lot of experience, I know my customer, I've been there for 10 years. Or if you are a startup founder, very gun-hoded on your idea, you are actually sometimes using your customer and say that actually they like it because you like it, okay? So I think the first point I want to make very clearly is, we all think that we know what our customer needs, and we all make decision and make design actually on behalf of them. I would like to forewarn you actually, history shows that actually we are not that good at it, okay? I'll give you an example. I used to run Asian Miles, right? We changed the logo. We changed the Asian Miles logo. So as any corporate identity, when you change the logo, you gotta actually change the membership card and everything related, right? So on top, there's 6 design. So one day, my head of marketing come to me by saying that, Stephen, pick one, right? Pick one. So looking at it, I pick which one I like. I picked the one actually is to your left bottom, the silverish with the yellow loop, right? I'm more vibrant, I'm more active, so I like the lighter color. Okay? So my head of marketing actually is walking out the door, but suddenly I stop her. I say, Grace, hold on a minute. I say, why am I deciding? What is the answer? I'm the boss, yes. And I know Grace real well, and Grace additionally say, I've been knowing her for about 10, 15 years, so say, you guys, the CEOs, always tell us to create with our creative agency, do so much work. At the end, when we present, you guys all become creative directors. And you want X, Y, Z, and none of our work actually matters anymore because you make the decision anyway. My kid is having exam tomorrow, I gotta go home, so I better save my time, actually don't waste my time, and I just asked you. So, that brought me to a point at that point saying that, at that time, we probably have 6 million or 7 million members. Now there's 11 million. And I say, I am one member of the 6 million. Why am I deciding, right? So I went out and actually did a survey. We went out and do an online community and asked our customer which one actually they like. Mr. Wong, the CEO, preferences. Where is it? It is all the way down at the bottom. So, only 2% of my customers say they rank actually number 1. If I add 1, 2, 3, it's 10%. So my customer at the end of the day say they want all black, 70%. So this is first point actually, I'm telling you that if you think you're a good proxy of your customer, even though you've been in the business for a long time, sometimes you are not. And if you're senior in your position, and if you're the startup owner, which you make all the call, the first point I want to make to you is, let go of your ego. Let go of your ego. It's not about you. Okay? It's not about you. You're not creating a product to solve yourself. You're creating a product to serve your customer. Okay, the second point I want to make is, we probably should think a lot more about going beyond functional needs. Let me actually explain a little bit more. This company, many people talk about it prior already. We know who this company is, right? is no longer successful. Many people talk about why it failed, but I truly believe that actually why they failed is they were focusing very much on something that is functional needs. If you ask the Kodak chairman 15 years ago, what product are they in? What product are they in? What business are they in? Film, right? But some of the senior executives will tell you that, well, we're not exactly in film, we're in chemical business. Basically, chemical make the film and develop photos. But that's the problem, I think. That's why actually they fail. Why? Why? If you ask deeply, the design thinking empathy asks 5 whys, right? Why do you actually need film? I need to take pictures. Why do you need to take pictures? For what? Why do we need to take pictures? You guys are very fast. Already to the last point. Great! So, we take pictures for keeping memories, right? If, this is the point I'm trying to make, if 15 years ago the chairman of Kodak said that we're not in the business of making film, we're in the business of capturing, storing, and retrieving memories. Anytime, anywhere, for anyone in the world, do you think they're still actually here now? I think they might be bigger than Amazon Cloud. They probably will have an ecosystem for very easy customer acquisition, right? Everybody takes picture. I sign them up as an account. Everybody store. I ask them to pay for actual cloud storage. So my point is actually, if you're working on a business, if you're working on a startup, try to figure out how to go beyond the functional needs. Your customer will always say actually what they want. They say what they want, but sometimes they don't know what they want. That's the problem. What they say actually is what, but the why actually is more important. So, I am warning you guys, especially the startup people, actually, you go say, I am customer centric. I go out and talk to my customer. They tell you I want ABC. You give them ABC, but they don't buy it. It happens all the time. Because they have an inability to really articulate what are the solutions. So your job is not to really listen to what they say they need. Your job is really to find out the deeper needs, the escalated needs, right? So most of us actually, we do something, it's our behavior. We decide to buy something, we decided not buy something. But our behavior mainly is affected by what? It's mainly affected by our value and our attitude. This actually is affected by how we grow up, how our parents taught us, our education system, and so far and so forth. So, what I meant to you is, you have to go dig deeper on value and attitude before you can really find out what deep needs are. I mean, that's actually fairly important, right? The concept of MVP, well, let's talk about it, right? How many people actually have heard about this term, MVP? The startup world also in the front, I'll talk about it, right? Everybody say do MVP, minimum viable product, because we want less cost, we want to test. If I challenge you today by saying that actually you should not do MVP, you will say that you're crazy, you know nothing about Scrum, you know nothing about product development. But what I'm trying to tell you is, an MVP many times is fulfilling which level? An MVP sometimes is fulfilling only the functional needs. If you want to be really successful, I'll give you a new term. My previous customer experience head and I actually came up with this term where we say, look for creating minimum lovable. Means we are setting ourselves a slightly higher goal. If I'm hungry, minimum viable means what? You give me a bowl of rice, it's viable, but do I like it? No. But if you have not much resources, but you want to actually make me feel slightly happy, you can ask, what happened, Steven? Oh, I've been traveling for actually 3 weeks. I'm in the States. I miss Chinese food. Oh, we don't have a lot of choice. What does home looks like? Well, back home I have this little bean curd thing called fu yu. It's so tasty. It costs nothing. Well, actually I have some. It costs you might be 10 cents US. You give me a little bit of the fu yu, or might be soy sauce with chopped chili to mix it up. To me, it's beyond functional. It's quite pleasing. So what I'm challenging you today actually is when you create your products to do and think about creating minimum lovable products. And before I go to here is, you only can do minimum lovable products if you really understand the needs. And that's why early on I talk about the importance of actually thinking deep and going beyond, okay? And another point I think I hear is actually, Vanessa talked about a lot is early on, is the ability to co-create with your customers. I think startup does it very well, you know, when you iterate and prototype. Big corporations sometimes is less so, and our government is actually not very good at that. So we tend to, the government tend to, when the tender comes out, it's already written down, the slide is 45-degree blue, with the pad of the plastic, you know, so everything is actually decided before you go out and test. So you co-create with the customer. So I give you an example. This is a Singapore example with the government using design thinking to go for co-creation. The challenge is actually buying home and making the experience even better, right? So this is the latest stage of design thinking where they do prototype and ideas. So they thought about what needs to be done and they prototype with cardboards buying offices. They then actually ask potential buyers to come in and they have ministers looking at the whole process. And they try to get feedback from the customer by saying that does this work and how to reiterate. Well, they have a little idea about the table. Can we make it semi-circle? Why? If you learn about and understand how to buy housing in Singapore, those with priority usually are married. If you get married, you jump the queue. If you're single, you never get there. It's a means for them to actually get people to really get married earlier. So the decision usually is actually at least two people, sometimes with a bit of their parents, right? So they actually think about, can we design it slightly better? So that's actually, okay, since we have a little bit more time, I can go a little bit more. So beyond actually that point about co-creating with your customer, working on a startup or you're a corporation, another point that today, that how you can make actually your product a better product and better living and better for your customers, try to think about giving design and customer a seat at the table, which is not common. Right now, a lot of the customer's voice is hiding in where? If you're a big company, it's just with market research and with the CMO underneath and underneath, right? So there's a trend right now. If you see, there is a lot of actually company right now, all the big ones, are saying that they're going to have a chief design officer. But when you think about design, it's just not really aesthetic design. It's not about the graphics. It's not about, I cannot draw anything. But some of the actually chief design officers, industry designers, or some of them actually comes from a very much customer background. So the term of chief design officer, chief customer officer, or somehow might be a chief insight officer. I think you should think about, and they should be quite senior. Usually they are one step from the COO, okay? Time, the voice of the customer is only one. Truly, the KPI is accountable for representing the customer and reporting directly to the COO or CEO. Your customer now is de facto having a direct access to the senior management that can cut across and making things happen. So, you know, if you to find someone in your company which is very senior, direct report that they voice of the customer, and by saying, I think this is bad, right? So that's important. A slide that actually comes from the Design Management Institute, talking about on the left-hand side, actually been very focused on design, and they benchmark and look at actually their performance. They're doing much better. Study by McKinsey, you can go actually search online also, has a similar understanding. So it's about design thinking, and here, because I'm design thinking, and then also help you idea and prototype with customer. It's on most and truly what your customer needs. It is actually good to serve them.
Much to Stephen for those insights. Another thing that I think I've already emphasized that I love is it's going to be better food for better young to come up and share his insights on how.
Tech, life, and style.
I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes to talk about why we need to change the way we live our lives and how can we do that in style of technology. Now, first of all, life. We are actually at a jump. Our planet may be livable. So before we talk about anything about style, tech, startup, let's talk about the big picture. We are at a critical juncture of humanity and the planet. I'm not exaggerating. These are figures and these are statements from the most credible, most well-researched authorities in the world, such as the United Nations. I don't need to explain to you. I think there's really only one person on the planet who doesn't believe in climate. The person who keeps calling climate change fake news. We know who that is. The only one person pulling his nation out of Paris Agreement. Every in the world is on the Paris Agreement to fight climate change except that guy. Now, according to UN, just a very bleak forecast for humanity, which is we have 12 hopefully fix the planet. If we don't, our planet of destruction, which will be catastrophic. 12 years. In fact, it is now, I think, 11 years because this statement was issued at the end of 2018. We're in 2019 now. The clock is seriously ticking. Now, most people, when they think of climate change, they think of energy, transportation. Very few people think it has anything to do with food. But in reality, particularly using it is to produce food when it's expected to keep. Next ago, our global population is only at 4 billion, 7.7, and very soon we're hitting 10. Consumption of food is not doubling. Our consumption of food is going up 40-fold. The way we live and the way we eat is so extravagant than the way our last generation or the previous generations used to consume. So, in order to avoid climate, these are leading scientists from many of the most well-known institutions in the world. They cut down on meat consumption. 80% pork, 75% beef, 60% dairy and poultry. If we look at carbon footprints, now this is a staggering number. This is a quote by Bill Gates, and he said if cattle were a country, they would be just a little bit less than the United States. That's because cows emit the type of gas called methane, which is 20, 30, 40 times more powerful than CO2 effect. Beef is not the only type of meat that is causing problem. The most consumed meat in Asia, or particularly in China, is called pork. All Asian people, majority of Asian people, consume a huge number or huge amount of pork. Another staggering number for you, billion people, which of course is a huge number. But at the same time, China also has 700 million pigs. The ratio of human beings to pigs is 2 to 1. 2 to 1. Now think of it. How much in order for the pig to be slaughtered? Now, in order to...
We're one of the largest, and we are building 18,000 of new residential units here. So we are one of the major source of a new house in Hong Kong. So, before talking about the program, I just want to share a story that in 2017, there was a time I still remember that I was invited to a dinner with the alumni group of Cyberport. So I met the people there. He was alumni of the Hacking Hackathon Day. So when I arrived at the venue, then I started talking to people and said, I began with the conversation and said, oh, do you want to work with a corporate like MTR for like any of your projects? And guess what they say? This is what I have from them actually. So working with MTL is great, like corporate is great, like it's a lot of marketing, but it's time consuming, there's procurement process, you guys are demanding, there's a lot of things that you have to do, and then by the time that actually they finish the procurement process with us, a lady actually told me that she probably would end up like closing 2 other deals with other company. So you can tell there's a frustration from the startup community working with corporate, but they probably don't know that the frustration also shared internally. So actually 2 years ago, we started talking with a chatbot-like startup that we want to introduce in the business. So after months of the discussion with them, we actually have to go through the procurement process anyway, and guess who won? Microsoft. So after like all the financial check, background check, like we want to see like how the security, the company process that go through, we're not able to engage the creative startup that in the community. So at that time, we were thinking that, okay, is it possible that we work out a model that corporate and startup can actually work together? And at that time, I was thinking that if that model can work with MTR, it probably can work with all other corporate in Hong Kong. So I think it's important to work on model as well as to change the perception of the people, like for the startup, that they think that working with a corporate is difficult, they think that working with a corporate is challenging, and also change the perception of the colleagues inside the company. Because at that time, like when I talk to the colleagues, they always like, okay, we always had a great idea of startup, but how do it actually work? Because like usually what they have is like you have to imagine they got perfect service from like the big giant like IBM, Accenture, like 724 support, and for them it's uncertainty working with startup. So at the time I was thinking actually how it could potentially work. So I'm working with a friend that I know from Techstar, like Matthew. So we dropped the models that we want to have on an A3 paper. So in order for the model to work, we think that there should be a true win-win. So it's not just win for MTR. Of course, like I know my objective is that I want to enable my company to test on new technology, new things quicker, and in the meantime to make the culture more agile so that we are aware of disruption, so that we can survive. But of course, like for the startup, we want to actually to know why they want to do a startup or how we can help them. So we talked to the startup and found out that most of them actually value the actual opportunities to do the proof of concept and advice from the industrial expert much more than the monetary benefit. So with that of the knowledge that we hear from the customers, as what the design thinking expert just said, we start the journey. So I think guess what the first thing I do? I actually go to approach our procurement colleagues and say, okay, now I want to start this program, how can I get around you guys know? I actually ask them how I can comply with all my obligation in compliance, but yet get away with the lengthy process of procurement. So just fast forward a little bit. When we designed the whole program, we also want to do it in a different way of what MTL did it before. So previously, what we try to do is that we always do the specification, and then we go to tender, and then we engage our partner for every changes. We have a VO, and then we have to do the test and then launch. So by the time that we launch the product, it's probably like 6 months past the latest trend. So everything becomes so like old. But then for this time, we want to be open. We want to work with startup. So it's an iterative process. We don't take any IP, and we're very honest and frank to talk to the startup and say that, okay, this is what we can do, or what's our limitation. And I think we are open in a way that we're inviting a lot of our industry partners. Like some of them actually might think that everything should be like MTL centric. Like we should be the first one to use the startup product. But I said, why can't we just like invite other partners so that we can actually benefit the startup, especially for those that who eventually probably can't work with us. And we try to be collaborative. So we actually co-call a lot of VC and partners to actually get the ecosystem partner who are actually as passionate as us to help the ecosystem in the process. So with months of approval process, as usual, we get this program launched. So this is the first ever MTL corporate accelerator that we launched last year together with Techstar. So in 8 weeks, we got 130 startups from 18 different countries. So for the 5 winning startups, we actually get all of them, like 100% of them, work with us on a proof of concept. So I just wanted you to have a quick look of what we have done in those 8 weeks. So you can see this is the 5 staff that we bring to the shopping mall. So I still remember the first day kick off this, after 5 meetings in 4 different malls. I think it's the first time ever I spent so much time in a shopping mall. But I think it's interesting to see, when we look back, like there's some lesson learned that how we actually bring the impact to the business. I think the first one is to dream big and build the momentum. I still remember that the first day we started the program, like our partner in Techstar, they actually warned me that even with the tens of millions dollars like corporate innovation program, usually out of like 10 staff, there's only 1 or 2 can actually carry out on the POC. So they warned us that, okay, with the amount that we gave them, and also the first time that we do this, so we shouldn't expect any startup to actually be able to carry out the POC. But at that time, I think that for us to actually move the culture, we have to change the nature of the company. So we have to do things really quickly, and we have to push things and prove to the people that we can actually make a difference. So this is the time that we usually need for us just to get our requirements back signed off for our projects. But this is also the time that we need in this program and push our first startup working in our shopping mall. So from we engage them as a winner to us to put their product in our shopping mall only 10 days. So with introduction of a little bit of the communication elements to the teams, in the first month that we got all of them into our shopping mall. So 5 startups in 4 of the shopping malls. So we actually get a comment from our staff saying that we are moving too fast for them, as they have to take 30 days for the manufacturing. So I think we're proud to say that with like 5% of the cost of a Copic Copic Accelerator, we actually deliver 10 times of the result that we get 5 of them like 100% POC done in the business. So I think as long as you can dream big and deliver on what you're guaranteed or you want the result to be delivered, you can, even with like MTR, you can still moving very fast. So the second lesson that we learned is like, don't do it alone. So Copic is a very special creature or special organization that we are very good at fighting off new things. And we are very good at killing ideas that disrupt the routine. And I think this is how a Copic survive because we got our own business model. But it also means that if you're doing Copic innovation, it could be challenging, it could be very lonely. So in the very beginning that we asked a lot of partners to work with us. So we are very thankful. You can see there's Alibaba Entrepreneurship Fund. We actually are working with Australian Embassy, Science Park Invest Hong Kong, so we reach out to a lot of partners. So some of them we cold call them. So we work, basically our team have like, 2 full-time headcount. So we are working more like a startup team that cold calling people, working on all stuff. So for all these people here as well. So these are all the mentors that we bring to the group to support the startup. So lots of them are startup founders and some of them are other corporate, including some good friends from the mills. Without them, we won't be able to reach out to so much of the startup, like 130 of them in just 8 weeks. And to be honest, it's sometimes you have a shoulder to cry on when you are not that smooth in the process. And sometimes it's good to have someone to share the strategy of how you can actually hack the politics and also the corporate cultures. So it comes to the last one. The lesson is that to forge the alliance and to share the success with the internal team. So actually, well, before we launched this program, we actually had 2 innovation bootcamp. It's the opportunities we gather like young talent from 9 different divisions. So we gather them together, validate with customers, and actually present with the senior management. Actually engage the senior management as mentor, together with startup founders. So in that, we actually managed to get all these MTR mentors, who are all the business leaders in our property portfolio, to actually buy in and be our spokesperson. So after 2 times of the bootcamp, they actually can talk to other colleagues about what innovation is about, what we're trying to do with startups, and then they have become our secret weapons to get our startup-like ideas to launch in the business because they are the business owner. So all the way before cooperation program, if you haven't engaged them, probably they're the first one to ask you the question. Well, now they're asking you why we don't have the startup meeting us fast to be the first team to launch the product. So I think this is very important to do that. And this is the rules that I want to share. So I think many of you have heard about the 80-20 rules. So there's like the MTR version of 80-20 rules for the innovation team. So basically, it's simple. Team, we do 80% of the hard work. We take 80% of the risk. And we share only 20% of the credit. So basically, we do all the things for business. we make it as passionate as possible. So nothing more the moment that actually our property directors, so the direct report to the CEO, the business lead of property division, actually told the team said that, okay, I want to talk about our program, the proper program, in the management community meeting, which is the meeting that over 1,000 MTR managers all over the world that we gather twice a year, and actually share the program and the success to everyone in the business. They actually own the success of the program. So these are little tricks of how we manage to reach out to different business. So hopefully we are doing the same tricks too. So I think probably just the beginning of our corporate innovation journey. And I'm happy to support to launch this year pop-up program. This year we're expanding to overseas hubs, and we would like to engage startup in our business, like in our portfolio. So if you have any ideas that how we can run this program better, or you're a startup, you want to work with us, or you're corporate partners just to want to share how the tricks or little tricks that we hack the politics or hack the corporate culture, do reach out via LinkedIn. So together, I think we can build a much better ecosystem for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Should all be raising your hands. But I guarantee after our next speaker finishes speaking, you will not forget because he will always be the person with the best agenda. So we are going to welcome Manesh Ware, who is the head of Startup Launchpad, and he's going to be sharing about scaling up startups by selling to B2B businesses.
Startups. From a perspective or see these startups in many different ways. Some of my perspectives on what we have seen and what startups succeed, and sales is a big part of it, so I'll focus a lot on the sales aspect of it. How many of you guys here are startups or startup founders? Let me see hands. How many of you guys are investing in startups or corporates that are supporting startups? So this is from a perspective of both angles and what is seen, expected. We want to be the fastest, become a large company, become a large successful very quickly. But the downfall of that is everybody will have an accident. Everybody's going to have problems. They're fast and furious. You're sure to break. But since we are in Greater China, I take it from Confucius, which is, it does not matter how slowly you go, stop. Keep that in perspective, because sometimes startup mentors or startup founders, you're going to get slow. And do not worry about getting slow as far as you do not stop. Don't give up and do not stop. Steady growth of a company, steady growth of a startup is very necessary, and you should always try to thrive towards getting that. Many times what happens is, most of the startup founders, we all want to be very successful. We want to be getting to certain places very quickly. In that, you destroy a lot of wealth that you're creating. You end up spending more than you earn, and you end up destroying what you could have created. And many of the failures in the startup world have been that. And recently, I think you guys have seen what has happened with the bicycle sharing apps in China. And that is one of those things. Growth was way too fast, made way too fast, that they couldn't be sustainable. So that's why I talked about sustainable growth. Unicorns are rare, and that's why they're called unicorns. How many of the people in this room have seen a unicorn? I don't think anybody has, right? The unicorns are rare. And the unicorns in our startup business are as rare. Even the valuations that have been put forward for some of the most successful startups, or some of the most successful unicorns, as we call it, are overvalued or are not to the right. I think most of us in this room would understand that, but I'll give you some examples. And they're by wire, this is not my... some of the ones that we know, like it was 57 at what the public valuation is at, and what the study on this. And, Uptake, for example, had 187% difference between the valuation and what the real valuation should be. So this gives you a perspective that when we follow them or when you want to be a successful startup, always remember that what others to be may or may not be correct. So you are as close. Airbnb actually has the lowest difference, which is pretty decent, I think. 15% is okay, it's in margin of error. But the others are way too much. So what I'm going to focus on as my topic is on sales. And one message that I want everybody to take back from today's presentation is that don't try to run after investors, VCs and angels, which is a very wrong strategy that many startups make a mistake on. When you are beginning, when you are starting whether you're selling a service or a product, focus on the sales of it. The sales will make you self-funded. The sales is going to support your business. If you're not able to sell your product, if you're not able to sell your service, nobody is going to invest in you. So get that sales cycle running, get the sales going, and people will find you attracted in something that sells, not something that people keep investing in but doesn't sell. Sales will also get you better employment, because if you are a startup founder and if you are able to get sales, if you are able to get revenues, that means you have money to pay to your employees. Good employees will go where the money is rolling, not when you're going out funding and looking for funding all the time. That doesn't give confidence. If I'm a good employee, I want something which is stable and which gives me, if I'm a sales employee, for example, I want something that will sell and I can make more commissions from it. And that's what I would be interested in. And as a founder, it gives me equity control. If I'm a founder, if I'm able to sell my services, if I'm able to sell my products, I keep the equity control. I will not dilute it. When you find a VC, when you find an angel, you're diluting your wealth. You're diluting the equity of the company, and you're giving power for somebody else to make decisions. Also, when your product is being bought, when your services are being bought by others, that means the brand awareness is automatically increasing. It is giving, the market is automatically talking to you. That's the proof of concept. That's the one showing you that people need your product. Also, it is also increasing your company value. One of these products that are there, exhibit, they are able to find a distributor. A distributor puts in, say, I am going to give you a purchase order of $50,000. VC giving you a $50,000 check. Your value goes up from that $50,000 order, because that $50,000 you can take it to a bank and get a loan against that. And though you are not giving away equity, you're getting a trade finance loan for production or whatever you use it for. Right? So that's better. It helps you create a better product because you're directly getting a feedback from the market what needs to change. So it also helps you improve the product. A VC who is only investing money may or may not be able to give you advice on how to improve your product. But a sales channel, a distributor, or a consumer is going to give you that information. And of course it pays for daily expenses. Steps on sales development. I'm going to run through these very quickly. But to founders, stay involved in the selling process. If you are able to demonstrate how to sell the service, if you are able to demonstrate selling, others will follow. But if you are incapable of selling your own product that you developed or you found, then nobody else is going to be able to do a better job. So focus on that. If you are hiring sales talent early, do train them. Do it yourself. Don't rely on others to do it. I've seen a lot of founders make that mistake that they get in experts from outside to do the sales trade. Do it yourself. And it is very, whose channels you're going to set up. Let's tell buyer. Scaling up only will happen when we make our nice sale, because it's not selling. You go online, store online, you try to sell it, you'll discount it, and market, maybe the domestic market. So if you are people do, okay, let me focus on the Hong Kong market. Maybe it is big enough, maybe it is not big enough. Try to explore what else is in there. Or sell to all markets online. And in case of products, I've seen that many people try to go on a big platform and try to sell to, that's an extreme. Selling to one market and selling to too many markets, both are extremes. Balance yourself. Try to have a balanced approach. How do you survive the chasm? So whether you're distributors, whether you're going through agents, understand it in the right way. Counting strategy only because of your product is not being valued. Enough value into that. So you're devaluating your company, you're devaluing yourself. Research and test global market potential. So you have to do some kind of a beta research. You have to study the market where it will be there. My time's up. And move into one market at a time. Don't go in all markets at a time. You can learn from Startup Launchpad, find me, follow me. Thank you.
Thank you, Minesh. I know the sock thing sounds like a joke, but actually if you're ever up on your career, wear something everyone will remember, like fun. It will help you because then everybody's going to know who you are next time they see you. Alright, so we're in a segment and we're going to switch it up once again. We have a great panel of really interesting startups to come up here and share with us what they're working on. There's Stephanie Crespo, welcome, and Juliet Jimenez, who is co-founder and CEO of... Alright, so if you were here in the morning where we talked about logistics, I'm going to give the same question but do the one-liner. But do your best to tell us what problem that you're solving essentially and who are you solving it for and what is your... either of you want to go first?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. So, Reflaunt is a technology that connects the first-hand fashion, so retailers and brands, with the second-hand market by empowering brands to grow through a circular, innovative, and disruptive model.
How about you?
I hope that I don't need to answer this question because that means every one of you has actually never heard of Gossip, which is a problem for us. So what Gossip does is we are being a fashion search engine, and if you go on Gossip, you can search anything you like. And we partner with, international retailers from Net-a-Porter to brands, which is, let's say, Alexander McQueen, and also to help you to find what you like. And if you don't like to find by text search, then that's why you go to Gossip, because we have an image search. You take a picture of a runway or magazines or what your friends are wearing, then we find you the similar and alike.
Okay, so the first thing I really wanted to find out from both of you, because I've met a lot of people in this segment of the tech industry, and everybody kind of has their own motivations or reasons that they got into it in the first place. So I'm curious about what made you want to get into luxury and fashion as part of the tech industry. Like, what was your original inspiration for starting your company?
So previously to Reflaunt, I built a marketplace actually that still exists and growing called StartmeupHK. So it's a second-hand luxury marketplace. I was in people's wardrobe every day, basically selling off their unwanted or unused luxury items. So it's difficult to be indifferent from the whole wastage and consumption issue that the fashion industry is facing today. There's about 92 million tons of fashion waste that end up in landfills every year. So being in that industry, in the second-hand market, that's where kind of Reflaunt concept and idea was incubated. It goes beyond just a marketplace because it's really about leveraging the current landscape, because today the good news is that there are already many second-hand marketplaces that are addressing these issues. The problem is that brands and retailers today are working in silos, are disconnected from the second-hand market that is growing at an unprecedented pace. So it's today, just in the US alone, $20 billion worth. It's going to grow to a $40 billion worth market in 2022. And these brands and the retailers basically today are not reaping any benefits from this growing market, are not embracing this customer trend, because today this market of consumers, of millennials, are people that are selling and buying their items. And so basically Reflaunt is trying to connect the dots and to bring everyone together and building an ecosystem where there's this circularity.
How about you, Julia? How did you get into all of this in the beginning?
Well, it's actually by chance only. It's my third startup, so I like to focus on what is actually trying to solve a problem. Actually, this time it's solving my own problem. It's a bit rather personal. I always rather bad in fashion sense, and I don't know how to combo items and colors and stuff, but I like reading magazines, and I actually really like to see what celebrities are wearing, and then I try to find the similar and alike. And then I realized finding is actually extremely painful. And I know there's a lot of men here, but women, at least I am, are shopping on a different level. We are definitely bothered to spend an hour to look for the one handbag and where it's actually sell the cheapest with the best shipping rates and all that stuff. So we will do so much more than you can imagine to find just one freaking handbag. And then I'm like, so if my experience is trying to find one Gucci bag for my mom, where sell the cheapest or stock the best colors and the sizes is actually taking me an hour on Google, then I'm probably needing to do a little bit better if I can cut down the time. And then I realized, well, okay, it seems the luxury fashion segment doesn't build this way, because if I search on Google, I actually don't get to know which sells the best price of a particular bag. And then I realized unless I go to the page 3 or page 4 within Google, who's considering if the brand is actually good on SEOs and all the other stuff. And then I actually don't get to see what is actually out there. So this is one of the very pain points we are trying to address, is for shoppers to have an easier journey to discover goods. And obviously if they can save money, then that's great. And then not that we are not addressing to men. You might all be surprised, gossip, you think that it might be, like a very woman-driven kind of customer demographic. Actually 40% of our customer users are men. And men are also the extremely loyal bunch, and loyal enough that I love men so hard that they actually come back over and over and over again, especially in terms of fashion sense. And when they find something which is good, then they come back like Mr. McDonald, they stock different colors of the same size, same items, just different color. They don't even care about the prices. But the online discovery journey is probably addressing to men and women in different way on gossip. But that's how I started it.
That's funny. I feel like in that way I shop more like a man. I buy everything in lots of colors. But actually that relates to the next question that I kind of wanted to ask both of you, which is, for your businesses to work, you do have to work together with brands and have partnerships, and also probably with logistics companies and other distributors. So what kind of things are you doing in order to work with other companies to be able to help your customers better? Like, what are the
maybe I should explain how our technology works, because we're B2B, so our direct clients are actually brands. So basically, we're effectively a plugin, and this plugin is going to be based in the e-commerce of the brand, and will enable their own customers to come back after a purchase whenever they want. So say you bought a Balenciaga bag, 6 months later you're tired of that bag, or you realize that you don't use it, you just go back to your account, your personal account, with all your historical purchases. Next to those items, you have a sell button. So when you decide you want to sell it or recycle it, we have 2 buttons, they're dynamic. You just press on that sell button and you confirm the price, you confirm the condition, and that's where we come in. We scrape all the information of the product, so the picture, the description, the original price, but also information related to the fact that you are the owner. So this links back also to curbing counterfeits. And we push that product profile on our network, in our network of marketplaces. So it's going to be pushed, and we're going to sync the inventory so that you're not actually listing it and selling it on one marketplace, you're actually pushing it for sale on 10 marketplaces. Once it's sold, then you get notified of that sale and you get a shipping label. You then send it to the marketplace that sold the item for you, who checks it, business as usual, and sends it to the buyer. You then get paid either in cash, either in shopping credits. And this is where it's important for the brands, right? Because they're effectively building a retention tool a loyalty tool where they're gaining back access to their customer, because once that customer has sold its item, made cash, what better moment to retarget your customer and bring him back. The other big benefit for the brands is that today, when you have your customer that purchases an item, you have the data till the moment he steps outside your store. With Reflaunch, you basically collect data on post-purchase. So how long does your customer actually keep that bag? When does she sell it? At what discount? Who is your second-hand target audience? Why is she buying it? From where? Etc. etc. So it's also a SaaS model based. So those are basically the benefits. That's why for brands we directly work with them and we're tailoring and customizing the product for them, especially because the resale market is going to raise different topics, I would say, depending on your price category, on your price positioning. So we're going to customize basically the solution based on these different aspects of the brand that we work with.
How about gossip? How do you work with brands specifically in order to optimize your service?
Well, first of all, we are a fashion discovery engine, right? So we load up the full catalog of the merchants. That's how we started the business in terms of the partnership, and then so it's basically they list the shop on our gossip site and then allow different users to come and search and then discover what they actually offer. So the proposition seems like it's just lead generation because we are the first part of the funnel in terms of marketing. However, as the business evolved, we actually realized the education parts on behalf of each of the merchants become extremely more critical. What I mean by that is that when we first started in Hong Kong, we have now up to 500,000 users in Hong Kong, and you get to realize that a lot of the users are actually don't know that we are not the merchant itself. They thought gossip is the merchant, gossip is the one that we ship the product, so i.e. they will come to us when they have an issue. Our issue as in actually what is the shipping policy of Linkcraft? What is the shipping policy or return policy of McQueen.com? And then all of a sudden you realize you're addressing all these issues that allow us to identify what is the bottleneck to make the brand actually not able to convert even their own website or from our website or not. So not only we are a search engine, we actually get to feedback a lot more on what is the pain point of individual retailers to make them not converting or not. So I think the part of us feeding in is not only the lead generation part, it's also how to improve their performance, because I think that this is a part that the other, let's say if you advertise on Google, on Facebook, they don't tell you this kind of legit feedback. They tell you you can improve your ad in certain ways, you can use different sales in terms of advertising to display your things, but no one is telling you actually the reason that you don't get converted as much because your shipping day is just way too long. It's 10 days, and most of the other people are shipping in 1 day. The brands don't know that kind of an issue until we tell them so, and that 10 people asking us the same thing within 1 day of your ad. So is this something you need to address?
Yeah, that sounds really helpful to brands. If there are any brands that that's good data to have. So another thing I wanted to ask about, just because I've been seeing so much of it in my social media, not as much from friends in Asia, but more in like the US and Canada, everybody's talking about Marie Kondo and about tidying up and getting rid of all your stuff and not consuming so much. So for you, are you seeing, I think especially for Reflaunch that would have a bigger impact, but overall, are you concerned or are you doing anything to sort of be ready for perhaps a new trend of minimalism and not buying so much stuff? Is there anything you're doing for that?
I think the first phase will be, because there's so much supply out there and we've accumulated such a big amount of stuff, that the first phase, and we don't even see the tip of the iceberg right now, is processing all that. So just the whole activity of sorting through all this junk, if I may say so, is going to be like the major headache, right? So Before we get into recycling, we want to, because recycling at the end of the day is great, but you're still, losing out on the raw materials, using energy, so it's really not the most efficient. The first layer, I would say, of repurposing is reselling it through second-hand marketplaces. Then afterwards is going to be, repair or refurbishing it, and then only will we get at a point where we will recycle. And so with Reflaunt, what we're also trying to solve is mapping out, we're working with one of our clients, kind of mapping out the different pathways that each item can have depending on its category, depending on its price, depending on its condition. So, a shoe, for example, let's take Adidas or sportswear, you won't be able to resell it on a second-hand market if it's 5 years that it has been used a certain time, because the brand itself will be concerned by its performance. So it will have a certain pathway, and those shoes can only be sent for recycling or whatever, which is going to be different from clothes or bags, etc. So if you map that out beforehand, you're able to give it, certain places of a certain direction and certain pathways, depending on certain aspects of the category of the condition, etc. So sorting things out, basically.
So since we're almost out of time, I think I want to address my last question to you, Juliet, because of something you mentioned earlier, how you felt like you're not all that great with fashion yourself and everything. So I wanted to ask, since you started, this company and you're working in this industry, startup founders in general are able to usually get away with being way more casual. And most startup panels, it'll be t-shirts and jeans and holes in their jeans and everything. But do you feel now that you have this brand that there's more pressure on you to project the image of a fashionable person, or are you able to still keep that sort of startup mentality?
I think I'm always be the kind of person of who I am. If I'm not great in fashion, then I probably won't. My startup will help me a little bit to be better in fashion coordination-wise, but I don't feel I have the pressure. I don't have the pressure to feel I need to be dressed in a very certain way. I feel kind of people see me differently, even my merchants or my clients, and yeah, I don't feel I bear that pressure. But I do notice I shop a ton more than before, because I have a team of very good fashion curationists always give me ideas into how to best to find this kind of stuff and combo. So I do feel that I combo myself a little bit more smartly, but the fashion view is getting actually bigger. So
because I noticed you're wearing sneakers,
that's the
so
whole jeans you're talking
I
about.
appreciated that. That oh good, we're representing startup and fashion, both equally well. Okay, well thank you guys for talking about your work.
Thank you.
I know that we are being asked to stay for a quick photo. Okay, and before our afternoon break, we just have one more talk, and this is also quite interesting because it brings up some of the things we just mentioned. The talk is about closing the loop, investing to create a circular economy. So sustainability is something we've been talking about a lot today. We would like to invite up his director of Closed Loop Partners to talk about the circular economy. Welcome, Chris.
To ask a few questions. Everyone knows the richest man in China, but does anyone know who's the richest woman in China? Wow. Madam Zhang Ying. And which company she works for? Nine Dragons. How did she become the richest woman in China? Recycling. What does she recycle? Waste paper. I work for a US, New York-based venture capital firm that invests in circular economy, and I'm running the China programs. There's a reason why I'm here today. That's because among the biggest exports of US to China, like other than airplanes, what other exports comes from the US to China? Come on, one last chance. Yes, waste paper, waste plastic. So here we go, circular economy. A few months ago, a whale was washed up not far away from Hong Kong. That was very unfortunate. And we found more than 100 drinking cups. But it doesn't have to be that way. Trash to treasure. A few weeks ago, there was a report that if anyone can manage to recycle all the plastic that is not currently being recycled in the world, he can or she can buy any big company in the world. So why is this not happening? China, US. The government now will not working together, but we still need to make money together for business. If those two countries, if we can recover the plastic in China and the US, we're talking about 230 billion annually in US dollar. You might see news about ocean plastic, greenhouse gas, all the problems, but what's the cause for this kind of problem? It's linear economy. We rely heavily on extraction of crude oil, and the brands, they design single-use packaging that doesn't go away after single use, and fast fashion, unsustainable lifestyle, those all contribute to the problems that we're suffering today. And I want to highlight that for countries in Asia, Hong Kong, mainland China, Southeast Asia, this problem is more severe for us because for the past decade, we have played the role of outsourced recycler for countries like US and Japan. Before we talk about circular economy, let's learn what's linear economy. Linear supply chain are inefficient, unsustainable, and costly. It's a line, we don't reuse. For circular economy, we are leading a way. We are trying to reduce packaging, agriculture, fashion, and electronics being sent to landfill. And that's how we make money. So as a venture capital firm, I'm not here to talk about environment. I'm here to talk about how can we make money while doing good. This is how much value in the whole value system, from collection, sortation, processing, design, and consumer goods. So where is the market and investment opportunity? Let's take a look at the US. In the US, every year, over $5 billion is spent to pay the landfill fee, meaning you are paying transportation company to send your recyclables to landfill. If the brands if we're able to extract the valuables, we're talking about bigger amount of number. Look at different material. This is how much value that we're sending currently to the landfills in the US alone. The good news is that you might have noticed that those brands, they have recently announced their goal to increase recyclable content in their new packaging. But how do they do that? This is not their specialties. They're not startups. They cannot find the technology to do that. That's why capital market needs to come into play. Let's move closer to home. The good news is that in China, trash generation per person is much lower than in the US. The bad news is that the recycling rate is very low in China. According to our own estimation, it's lower than 10%, far below 34% in the US. And as you know, we have a very huge population in China, and urbanization will lead to more waste generation. Again, good news. The Chinese government has considered circular economy development of strategic importance for the country for the coming years. And it's just not talks. For the past few months, if you pay attention to the biggest environment news in the world, number one, China has banned import waste from the US and other foreign countries. Industry in the US are struggling because in the past, they just shipped the recyclables to China. But what happens now? A lot of factories, a lot of transportation facilities are being shut down in the US. They need to figure out a way to recycle internally. Number two action taken. Over 100 pilot cities have been chosen in China to become circular economy pilot zones, and over 42 companies in China have been chosen to be circular economy brands. That was only in the year 2017. You will see more innovation and more names on the list this year. Number three, For brands that consider China to be the most important or fast-growing market, you should pay attention to extended producer responsibility. In 2017, electric vehicle producers have to figure out how to recycle. They need to have recycling facility in China to recycle and collect old batteries. So where is the money? If you're looking, as an investor, if you're looking to make money out of the policy support in China, this is the sector you should be looking at. We're talking about 65% of big pie that will come from dangerous waste. If you look at air pollution, everyone knows it's a huge market in China. Investor, we are always happening. If you go to big cities in China now, like Beijing and Shanghai, you might be able to see this company, Little Yellow Dog, with their smart collection systems, stations. Just bring your plastic waste or the clothes that you no longer want. You will get digital credit on your app. 回收宝 has also grown significantly in China. What they do is that you can go to Suning or 3G mobile shops in China. You bring your second-hand mobile phone. You will see how much value you will get if you decide to recycle. Right then, put your phone. So this will open up. You put the phone in. There will be on-time data restoration, just to make sure your personal data is protected and you can get paid immediately. So if we look at companies, tech investors, Baidu is in a company called Amp Robotics. What they do, they have to sort by different material. You can sort by paper, you can sort by metal, and you can sort by brands like Nestle bottled water and Coca-Cola. And it's 24 hours. In a country like the US where labor cost is very high, this will reduce the cost to recycling. And the reason why Baidu want to use us in this system has a lot of capability to train the computers so they can work faster. Alibaba, as you might know, they are also building the OE ecosystem in circular economy. Quick introduction about closed loop. We have invested in 41 portfolio companies in circular economy space in the US and Europe for the past 4 years. And I'm here in Asia to look for partners and companies that we can promote circular economy together in this part of the world. Our corporate LPs, investors, include the biggest consumer brands in the world. Amazon has joined us 2 months ago. That's because they have a lot of paper that they want to recycle, but they need to find innovative partners that can do that for them. We provide different kind of capital to companies at different stage of their growth. We have Center for Circular Economy. It's like a hackathon. We also have traditional venture capital. We have project finance team that provides debt to companies who want to expand the capability. And now we are launching a private equity fund to make merger and acquisition in the whole ecosystem to improve the efficiency. This is an overview of the companies we have invested for the past few years. And when H&M Foundation mentioned that they focus on fashion, we are also touching fashion as well. As mentioned, we are helping brands to be more circular. Globally, we just launched a solution search for Starbucks and McDonald's. They want to look for the next gen coffee cup. It can be material innovation, it can be logistic innovation, it can be smart recycling. Quick overview of some of the companies we have invested in. 4 days. It's a zero waste subscription-based model to solve the t-shirt waste. Cambridge Crops, what they do is that instead of using plastic film to extend shelf life, they are using a coating that is eatable, made out of silk. This is very interesting for Asian countries that export a lot of food to North America. Natural machines, I believe I have some customers here that are using natural machines. It's a 3D on-demand printing to make children more excited to eat broccoli. Why not? And for a place like Hong Kong, we have an aging population. This might not bother you, but food produced this way is easier for them to digest. So if you want to join the circular revolution, this is how we can work together. We can co-invest in technology, we can run solution search for brands, and we can, like for example, recently Google asked us to do some research about chemical recycling. We believe that's the next generation for recycling for a lot of industries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris, for wrapping up ours. We're going to take a quick 20-minute break, which means about 4:35 for everyone to grab some coffee, get yourself refreshed, and then come back to talk about innovations for the future. See you soon.
Yeah, exactly. The one at okay. Good. Oh yeah. Is it
Because I know there are a lot of different approaches. Is it more medical?
Just 20.
If you don't mind, I know that without the expense of I know there are a few startups. I remember what it's called. There's one that offers chatting.
Jesus, guys. I don't have it anymore.
Not a lot of people are creating that when I was thinking it's for a lot of people. My name is yeah, I've just been kind of browsing around. My specialty is more element. So yeah, I just wanted to so I've done my due diligence. Yeah, it's but I'm here from I actually coach gymnastics, so completely irrelevant to my degree, but my work. So I have to be here. Oh, nice. Yeah, and then I was yeah, look at this, what I'm wearing right now. I bought all of the other
Yeah. So just how you don't get to. 你看大声音啊！这情况可以来了，我这边。
That's one of the because I started always really so now I'm actually and I'm yeah, I find my strength.
Can you copy that? Come on, you copy it.
I am going to stand up and stand up. Cái shop này kiểu nào ạ? Online.
那边的应该可以跑。咱8点一个。
Last couple times I played that.
The shorts for him, the trousers for others.
Base is the same thing, base like that. Like don't do that. Good video. See you guys.
I mean, it was really funny because I went they were recommending
係23。我啱嚟啦，我邊日啊？我邊個？我攞嚟充電啫，我呢個先打喎，真打喎！因為佢可能要都冇用。但係其實華為真係好慳電，因為我今日錄咗幾多時，一充得好快。上有一個華係啊，其實OK 㗎，我想話。幾把刀㗎？我今日講話而家準備接收，但係中心又話要立刻放緊啦。讀多樣嘢，其實一頭三，我覺得咧係絕對最好。係啊，真我同佢 share 啊，你知唔知我個 marketing 叫做乜？我辛苦咗咧，我 HTTP 會好啲。
我以為今日係翻嚟。Very too much champagne。
如果前面寫本書，你係要清晰你寫乜嘢，跟住之後咧，我臨尾嗰下，臨尾嗰下要做乜嘢，新人探視個 test， 做到我 part 係㗎。我想睇嗰啲嘅方面嘅。我唔係即係。我哋知唔知分析我個 channel？ 可以啊，自己有。我唔單止我哋訂啦，所以我一齊訂晒啦。我有好多唔會分。我個提升我斬咗啦，唔愛啦。係啊，我 ICSA 我特買啦，交易做乜鬼？ICSA 就係個全部出聲。熟嚟我都未熟喎。到後係有時間，但我同你講嗰陣時，我本身我唔係乜嘢我唔係你唔會睇我，你知邊個？咁我如果帶住屋企人，我帶住落去，我帶住去教小朋友學個咩啊嘛，運營嗰個運牌。我主要係去香港嗰啲，我帶住啲嘢。咁佢哋點解我預約我睇呢邊，勁係啊，佢做大啲冇啊，佢成日都係我預咗幾次，有咩？幾歲呢個暫時講我哋係，你當嗰啲木色係。你有同電話，佢都有同電話，啱啱。我好彩。 人嘅位置真啲人啊，即係俾成個人邊度咧，之後就把口講去啦。最好嘅準備升高方面，range management。你驚咩？哦，OK，你都好似我咁啊，我就驚死嘅。唔係你嗰陣時你。你唔使咁大，你裝修要自己去做。所以你拖嘅時候，直接喺佢呢邊度，你冇拖到嘅時候，應該咁樣做。節目中心力簡單咁樣所以但係我唔想投資。所以如果你拉咗嚟，呢個係係啊。有冇咁樣？冇，佢一定係嗰個山人佢嘅美演嗰啲，就呢樣嘢係中意做。係咯，我講，即係可唔可以拉曬？冇啊，今日講我自己話我知我講唔到。咁呢個時間係因為呢個唔睇唔到，係啊，即係夠近啲。係㗎，我食啱，好辛苦，特別 Facebook 塊面好似你想我點搞？我成日都講，呢個當係兩個，即係因為我覺得佢最有意義嘅，可以咁樣講，一半同你嗰啲有啲下個我教佢 contact 都可以講。呢個我話你出咗教嘅，有時話我話呢時我哋真係有時我有教，因為我哋你教嘅嘢咧係啦，跟住之後我唔使呢樣嘢，就係你白咗之後咧，跟住你話啲人唔出嚟。跟住之後點？咁跟住點？好開心同數。但我成個就數嚟㗎，我總係翻咗，我要睇但係咧，之前我睇哇！
到呢個時候已經可以去演化咯，同埋變化嘅。好似一年2堂 paper A 老師俾多咗30嘅，我就係過咗24堂，本身係23堂，即係個個都係 free rider 就意思啊，使乜我呢啲唔制又辛苦，即係真係好多 free rider 答唔成，即係8個人當4個人當中咧，3個都第一時間表達咗要搭電車嘅咩嘢，咁我哋啲比較遲表達嘅就只可以答唔到。大家同寫嗰啲人哋話你啊，我個筆料做完，你知唔交出嚟，你全部都垃圾。即係我都，咁我咪即係我已經係發咗條話，就係唔使如果大家做都咁遲先交，咁我都係反正不是有。
Hi everybody, welcome back. How many cups of coffee did you have? I had 2. It wasn't enough. But let us go ahead and get into our last session. And this session is focused more on the future of tech lifestyle. So we have a lot of different discussions about innovations, especially from investors as well, what they're looking for in the future. And our very first speaker for this afternoon session is going to be David Bell, who is co-founder and president of Idea Farm Ventures. And he's going to share with us building a new innovation venture studio. Please welcome David Bell.
Okay, thanks very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you to Alex and Corinne and the team from the Mills for having me here. So what I'm going to talk about for the next 15 minutes is this idea of how to build a millennial lifestyle brand. Okay, so let me just quickly run through the journey. So I thought I'd start out with what's kind of the sea change or the backdrop and customer behaviors and allowing these great consumer lifestyle brands to be built. What's facilitating that? I'm then going to go through something very quickly that I'm working on in terms of a book. This is a playbook that we think about at Idea Farm Ventures. Our team and I, my co-founder Jim and I are here. Boss model. So the boss is always the customer. And how do we develop a playbook for taking the market and making them successful? So the thing that we call bonding, not branding, which is a nuance of semantics, but also a nuance. I'll then go into the 3 formats that we look at Idea Farm Ventures. Making investments. There are 3 ways these brands are going to market, so I'll run through what those definitions are and also give some examples of brands that we think about and some of the brands that we've also invested in. And then the final thing we'll talk about is a brand called Warby Parker. So just a quick show of hands, who in the room has heard of Warby Parker? Fantastic. Okay, that's good. Just I'll be really happy about that. And the reason we're going to finish there is sort of twofold. Number 1, there's a video that I want to show you, the way the brand kind of comes to life. And number 2, this is a fantastic example of a brand that's really embraced the whole kind of, if you will, ecosystem of what a millennial brand can do in both the offline world and the online world and being present where customers finish with that. So what is the backdrop? Let's think about customers to start with. Goldman Sachs. And what Goldman Sachs is pointing out here is this new kind of millennial customer here as a demographic is really going to reshape the global economy. And it's important to make a distinction between the demographic, which is listed here, and the psychographic, which is something that Jen and I spend a lot of time thinking about. So this group is really, really important. Globally, it's about 2 billion people. The second thing that you notice about this, you've got SoulCycle and SpaceCycle, New York City and Beijing on the same slide. It's a globally connected group that has the same sort of needs, preferences, and desires, whether you're in Auckland, whether you're in Zurich, whether you're in New York or Hong Kong, which makes this group really, really interesting from a connectivity point of view. The point I just made about the psychographic, this is something we really focus on a lot. So the psychographic is the mindset of this group. And it's really the mindset that's changing everything that we've been talking about here at the conference. We just heard a presentation previously about the circular economy. And if you talk to a millennial or a Gen Zennial, that person's really concerned about, stuff going into the ocean, the upcycling of plastic, the upcycling of fabrics, and so on. So what does the psychographic say? Here's 2 examples. We want things to be really convenient. We want things on demand, we want them now. We tend to seek out experiences rather than products, and the psychographic really is a mode of thinking, even if you're a Gen Xer like myself, or even a baby boomer. So this is what we're really investing behind. What really enables these great brands are all of the things that you see here on the slide. So if you had a pain point, like Tim Brown, who was a New Zealand soccer player, and Joey, his co-founder from Australia, and you want to make all natural shoes out of New Zealand merino wool, and they're called Allbirds, I'm sure many of you know Allbirds, you would have the ability, even as nobody who had any prior experience in that industry, to create not only the world's most comfortable shoe for the consumer, but the world's fastest selling shoe in history. And this being a millennial-oriented venture person, investing in the building side, so the final thing that we think about a lot, integrated world, so you don't have to go back too far in history where you'll hear particularly people who are investors saying that the internet was going to kill the real world, right? Software was going to eat the world, the physical world was going to disappear. If you listen to Jack Ma, for example, talking about new retail, it's very clear that the real world's more important than ever. Just the way the real world is utilized by consumers is different than it used to be. So this is an important part of our thesis as well. And then finally, just to say here, this is one thing we think about, the notion of unified commerce being both online and offline, wherever it is that customers want to experience those brands. We do a lot of research behind the trends in that area. Okay, so that's a setup. The second thing we want to sort of share just very briefly in the next 5 minutes is what's the way to kind of take a brand to market, like a Warby Parker, like a Harry's, like an Allbirds, like an Away suitcase. So how do the brands that win delineate and differentiate themselves from those that don't do so well? So a fascinating article, if you haven't seen it, was a story about Raiden, which was a suitcase company, the first mover. One might argue had a better aesthetic than the second mover, which was Away. Raiden is now out of business. Away is now a $700 million brand. So what differentiates sort of the winner from the also-ran? So the first thing we think about, and our little acronym here, is the notion of bonding, not branding. So what is a bond? A bond is a close relationship that develops as a result of shared experiences. So Gillette is a brand, it's a label on a razor that every man from Auckland to Zurich knows Gillette, the best a man can get. But Michael Dubin, some of you might know in the audience, I won't show the video, started a company called Dollar Shave Club, right? I see a few nods from the millennials in the audience, right? He created a bond, and he did 3 things that were very different. Number 1, he developed a brand that had functional, emotional, and symbolic value. It worked, it made you feel good, and it showed other people you weren't stupid and paying too much money. Number 2, it was authentic and transparent. And this is something, he created a community of shareable content. So those are the 3 things, if we have more time to elaborate, that you need to get into building, not a brand. Second thing, man here, so who is a public speaker? Eloquence. So we want orators, not customers. We're in a world where you're all, and give people a reason to tell it, you know, you're going to go the way of Raiden as opposed to the way of Away. Okay? Right, that's Ryan Gosling, who's wearing Warby, and sometimes they're just regular people, micro-influencers on the internet. And then number 3, you need to build the right kind of intrinsic and extrinsic incentives such that your customers are always propagating your narrative. Third thing that's really relevant and near and dear, I think, to our friends at the Mills is this one here. What is a setting or a place? Vanessa talked about this a lot earlier. That will be a show, some pictures and post them on Instagram. So space now is a place of sharing experience, not just a place for sort of getting physical product. And then the final one that's sort of near and dear to our more technology-oriented, systematic knowledge of the world that is gained through experimentation and observation. What is that? That is science, not service. So we're now living in a world where instead of me having to reach out and search for things that match my preferences, I'm informed by a knock on my phone, service David. Another part of this trend of science, not customized. There's some amazing new brands coming out. Customized vitamins, for your hair, customized shakes. So, and then a piece of just clever around the kinds of things you use to inform the brand. So that's the end of the boss model. Customer is the boss, bonding, not branding, and so on. The thing I'd like to share that we think when Jim and I and the team actually go out and make 3 kinds of formats that we want to invest behind, and many of us in the room are actually building companies that fit within these formats. So the first one here, DNVB, this is Andy Dunn, you guys know from Bonobos, sold his company to Walmart, and then I'll get into the other 2. So the consumer space that are coming out as products that never existed before, like those that was a brand that was born on the internet. And what value? They have quality innovation, or at least parity, and then typically they create an incredible customer none existed. So the DNVB is a format that we're very interested in. In the service space, which I'll show you first, some of the guys recognize some of these. So these are the kind of teams think about is reinvent your workplace in a format. This is not a... You're going to test people on these acronyms? Okay. So the ELCB, the experience, is defined by us as Idea Farm as follows. And what it is it's kind of the service-based analog to the DNA. The ladies here in the room, you may have heard of a company called Dry Bar. I'm sure there's an analog here in Hong Kong. You just go in there, they blow out your hair. They do it with a yellow hair dryer and they offer you a glass of champagne or an espresso. And what that does is it's a best-in-class, incredible experience at a lower price point and a simplicity of understanding customer journey that you can't get if you go into a hair salon. So this is the second format that we think about. The entry point is... And then here are some examples. So Dry Bar, just the matter of mattresses. You know, Heyday is kind of the dry bar of the spa experience. Okay? The third format that we think about a lot, again here the entry point is different. The entry point in this case is the physical channel that previously existed. This is the authentic wholesale-led brand. And these brands again deliver exceptional value. There's a lot of these in beauty and also in food and class sourcing and formulation. And again a compelling customer narrative that you can tell both to the retail channel and also to the customers. Here's some examples of brands that you guys probably know and love. Front and center, but this is, you know, a $2 billion ice cream brand, the #1 seller in the United States, a microcosm of what was created by ice cream. Okay, but they just wanted to the previous content we had. Person here in the room could say, what's a pain point that I deal with that I want to solve? Why are my razors too expensive? Why are my shoes not comfortable enough? Why do I have to pay too much to get my hair blown out? The enablers allow you to deliver against all of those things. Okay, as promised, I'm going to bring it all together in a case study. I'm going to finish exactly on time. So Warby Parker, if you kind of look at the palette of what they've done, this 10 was really just an idea where one of the founders asked the other founders, hey, why are a pair of glasses, and you guys probably know the audience here, why do eyewear cost the same as an iPhone? Like, why is that a problem in the world? It seems totally crazy that I'm going to pay the same amount of money for my Tiffany sunglasses as I do for my phone. They discovered that the answer was a company called Luxottica that effectively had a monopoly in that industry, put eyewear on half of, and charged them really $400 or $500 for something that cost $25 to make. So if you go through the narrative, you can see they've embraced offline, they have pop-up stores, they now have physical stores, they have a really interesting culture, they're a certified B Corporation. So an example of a brand that really comes together under unified commerce, which is it's just the world's highest grossing store in the sorry, as promised, I'm going to show you guys and finish on time. This will give you a good understanding. I want you to take away from this is thinking about the home, the person's home as a showroom. So a notion of what it means to have a place where you sell stuff to people, it's not just a store anymore. Okay, so this I think is really interesting because it shows the home actually is being activated as that space.
He has very high standards and particular tastes. Boutiques are expensive and have left him disappointed. And with discount retailers, the results are unpredictable. So he's tried Warby Parker. The virtual try-on tool gives him recommendations to fit his face. And with the home try-on program, he gets 5 pairs free. He can spend quality time with each pair and pick the very best one. The vintage-inspired frames are handsome and well-built. It's very important to find the right frames. And when it happens, he just sends Warby Parker his prescription, and his frames come back, lenses in, for $95. And for every pair they sell, Warby Parker gives a pair to someone in need. He likes that. Now he's got the frames he wants. A pair that fits right and looks good. Find your pair at warbyparker.com.
Okay, you've got to see the factors that are creating all these tremendous that we're going to take advantage of both here in Hong Kong and around the world. Number 2, a little bit of a playbook about thinking about how to address that opportunity. And number 3, what we just saw here with the case study that brings it all together, a brand that really exemplifies and embraces unified commerce. So with that in mind, time's up, clicked over. I want to thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love all their most phones I've seen of slides to David. Popular. Other topic, also from Very Buzz, we have Fashion for Good Amsterdam. So I'm really bad to get up here. It's close, I think. You'll see some of the fashion as well, and he's going to be talking future for fashion. And welcome, Mr. Mac.
Definitely something. And ook hier voor mij zijn. And about fashion and part over about this. You know, they already knew fashion. It is really bad. There's some figures, but over the world, and that includes textiles, some other ones. It isn't of 7%. It's actually, and like Peter's actually shown, that hasn't been so maybe even centuries. Now, huge impact today. Growing, so we still grow in terms of things that really perspective. Like business as usual, channel initiatives, points, efficiency of results, later goods, but you're back at saying in a year, maybe 2, is sustainable. So what we focus and how to is innovation. With innovation driving sustainability, a transformation of the industry through some sort of target in 10, 15, 20 years. So there is a lot of innovation that we see coming out of, I mean, Rita is a good example of that, but there's a lot of these research bodies that are by governments, been out and sort of start, have been present in the supply chain for a long time. And there's also a lot of other fundamental research going on that resolve technologies that have proven themselves in labs and pre-commercial test facilities and garages, etc., but don't get rolled into the supply chain. Meanwhile, big manufacturers looking to increase. How do we connect? Is really the question. Company, Fashion for Good is a point about, and we're creating these and identifying pioneering practices to sustain, disrupt, healing the tipping point. So where technologies. Years ago is to make old fashion, obviously, and we don't intend to do that within the next 3 months, but experience more innovators in our database. We really think this with the innovation we're seeing. Now, we do that through a pre-competitive environment that we create out of Amsterdam, and together joined us officially to spark this sort of innovation collaboration that we do. We work in, this is really the core of our program, from an innovation side. We also run a museum, more focused on consumer, but I'll skip that for now and focus on the innovation side and the supply chain side. So we're basically working 3 steps. One is the accelerator program that we run, value-based startup accelerator program, also very active investor. This is really focused on less mature startups, so technical readiness level 4 to 6, 7, something like that. Mostly have an MVP. This is about validation of that MVP with our brand manufacturing technology and real life. And startups, ones, and typical ventures. The scaling for a period of these accelerator of participants, but also other lateral participants are invited through our brand partners based on the priorities that they want to focus. Focus is a debt fund, bringing manufacturing to that sort of breakthrough innovation. Over the last 2 years, 1,000 startups in this sort of along all across, go all the way from materials all the way to end-of-use solutions. Because in this value chain that is so hugely environmentally and socially in perspective here and here that are really, really bad, as well as the end-of-use space where textile to textile recycling is almost non-existent, and we've heard that before as well. It's a huge opportunity there. what sort of innovations do we see? I guess in raw materials there's a lot of fiber innovation, there's also biomimicry being done, biopolyesters, that sort of new raw materials, new fibers. In dyeing finishing space we see a lot of biopigments, so this is dyeing, nanotechnology, new laser and ozone, and nano is one of them. Talks about, sort of standing. A lot of things to be done. It's hard to, because it is, the tricky thing for retail and use, where packaging, interesting things. End of use, where there's business models that deal with second-hand, but also mechanical recycling, automated recycling. People just waste into a hopper and then it puts out virgin and solution and other things that sort of hit the whole supply chain. It can be. Now, out of those, in our accelerated scaling program, that's all the sort of programs we've run so far, and as you can see, it's pretty across the value chain. We have chosen these companies to be in. And I wanted to give you a few examples. In the village, we're showing a couple of innovators that have been in our program, and you can see them, and I'd welcome you to go there and meet those guys. But just to give you a couple of examples that have been longer and have actually grown in our programs to be implemented. So this, colorifics, when they joined, they were in batch 1, and they were basically 3 guys in a lab. They were really, doing innovation, hadn't really implemented it in real life. So they from work and put it, to apply their dye directly onto synthetics or onto cotton materials. So yeah, I mean, it's a really innovation, and it's something that doesn't really seem to work unless you see it in real life. So we connected them to 10 or 15. They had McCartney dresses so we're displaying dresses in the museum, but they currently just rounded off their and they're now starting to do this on the larger scale. And Peter said too much about it. These guys deal with the automation, very big opportunity, and so Bex 360 is focused on of especially the cotton. Some of these guys supply chains, of these kind of raw materials. It's very tricky. This is a sort of machine vision, hardware trace them to from final products all the way. So it's a very interesting opportunity, and they've in the coffee supply chain now focusing on the cotton supply chain. With some of our brands in India, I think. So some of the innovators, and seeing going through them, and I wish I could say them. And I think there's a market that's great investment, but also from sustainability. One thing I would like to highlight is that you're pretty easy, and it's difficult for one actor, for one brand, to change by itself. And that's why so many brands, these guys have to work pretty competitively. Around 12 or 13 manufacturers. India has also signed a pretty good group to work together on these type of issues. It would be great if you could contribute this, grow a platform for innovation and change, but also equally if you're an investor, the investment opportunities that exist here from a traditional VC perspective, or maybe you're an impact investor, then there's other opportunities that could exist here as well. So with that, thank you very much for your interest.
On our tech lifestyle speaker that's going to be now. Welcome, Carmen Chan, Click Ventures, of this unicorn.
Okay, I'm from Click Ventures, entrepreneur. So because I work as a business model, I'm going to share with Rachel that's our coming lifestyle. So the way we are going to live, entertain, and the future. So I want to start with the growth where. So we all know that we start to have the term personalization, right? Because internet can enable personalized data, personalized recommendation But now, because of the machine learning and AI, we can take this into the next level. And not only we can personalize all the shoppers, what they are going to buy, but also we can use machine learning to facilitate and combining AI and human together to provide next level of service. So for example, you see I provide you two examples using both AI and human, the stylist, to provide the service in a different level. So the machine will start with a questionnaire to understand the shopper's personal preferences by feeding them a different image. So they pick the image, they pick the style they like, and then the machine will be able to understand their taste. And also, the machine can grab the past portrait together, facilitate the style. So this is one example, and human. And so there's a startup in US. They just IPO last year using this kind of business model. So another is, for example, like the fitting room, AR fitting room. One of the AR fitting room in China that they are using at the moment is like the AR for makeup of the mirror. Instead of trying the makeup on your real face, you just pick the, you can see your face with the makeup on your face already. So this is the AR fitting room example. And then we also have the 3D technology. So with a scanner, scan the ray, or the robotics can just, so that's another trend is coming. And in terms of material, we start to trying new kinds of material for making clothes. So most of the material at the moment are around the material that can change the temperature. For example, like when you go to ski, the material will be heated and you will feel warm, and you don't need to have a different jacket when you go to ski or when you go to the beach. So these are some of we are aware in the market. And also in terms, so just like the sharing model to transportation, you may not need to own the car. And when you have access to a clothes, you need to clothes anymore. So this business model starting 2 years ago about sharing economy in the clothing, and there is some startup trying to provide this service. So it's like a subscription base. By paying a subscription fee every month, you got access and the clothes will be delivered to your door and it's cleaned already. And you can keep the clothes as long as you want, and you change another clothes when you want to change your style. So this is very fun. And so apart from the clothes, also another layer that got a lot of innovation. So not only before we have a lot of data from us, and now add to this package. One of the best companies in the world they changed their insurance offering into interactive insurance offering. It means it would be automatically healthier, you have a much better lifestyle, exercise, then your insurance lower. So this is one of the lifestyle in the future. And another kind of variables on this side is some variable not only can help to measure your health data, but also can help you to control some of the practice that you want to do. For example, like meditation, you want to meditate, and there's some device that can help you to meditate better. And also for sleeping, there is some device that can help you to sleep within 10 minutes. It's a portfolio company, and they are already applied the FDA in US, and they will be. And so this device people to demand for sleep. If you want to take a nap for 10 minutes, then you could just switch on the device. So the next topic I want to share is about the eat part. So how we eat, do something related to food. There is a request that it's so convenient. You don't need to go out to supermarket. For example, Alima, now in Hema, within 3 kilometers of the Hema shop, what you buy can be delivered to you within 30 minutes. So you no longer need to go out. It may be even faster for you to buy. And apart from Hema, there's also other that we call it online grocery model. So they can deliver the fresh directly. And I've tried one of the service here. So it's so efficient. You no longer want to go to the market by yourself. So I tried that one. And it's delivered to my place within 1 hour. Open the door. The delivery man, okay, and I didn't know what happened, why I need to give him a bucket. And it turned out that what is a shrimp, I didn't women. So they asked, this is really amazing. So another model is the so-called, so this kind of shows the old process of maybe go to a coffee shop to pick the coffee, and now to just change the way we buy coffee. And the speed that they scale up is so fast. If you look at the first startup, Luckin, you can see within 7 months, they opened more than 800 outlets across 13 cities. So this is really amazing. The seed round that they raised is $1 billion. But when you think about why they can be so fast, why startup cannot be as fast as them. So one of the trick here is if you see your area, they don't have cash. So basically, store, no matter whether you die or you want to pay, you can only order through the mobile. And the advantage of having the mobile app to centralize all the ordering is then they can automate the whole process. Imagine they no longer need to manage the inventory, they don't need to do the reconciliation, and they also don't need to hire so much cashier. And they save the time for all the training and the security issues. So that's why without the cashier, it speeds up the whole shop. You can open so many shops. Actually, to open 2,000 shops within 1 year. They are already, so they recently just raised round with more than, so they become a unicorn within 1 year. And this is one of the very good business model that show how new retail can redefine the whole process of a certain vertical. So for this vertical is the coffee shop. And here another startup. This also shows a very good example how a startup can disrupt the old traditional model. So apart from opening shop really fast, you could also promote your brand really fast. So for example, like Coffee Box, they use a, we call it social commerce model, allow the user to open a vertical, and they can according to, here you see these are two and then the user can promote their own from the app. So they have their own app and they also have the mini program in the WeChat. And imagine for this, they call it coffee. So this promotion, they are 1,000. That's the kind of startup can leverage the social media. The coffee startup to change in China used to around their coffee shop, right? And they now startup in China are delivery. And they are part of a delivery company and it's going to delivery service very soon. So as this is a instant day on There's like the we also these are our own portfolio. They focus on a certain kind of food, not all kinds of food. The kind of food that is very famous, that normally you need to long queue waiting to wait buy the food. So they focus, you can see a lot, the fast I mentioned within 30 there are other products, the box that you put in half an hour. Okay, so another case, and you can see these coming up. This is our startup. They are also a co-living project. Traditionally in Hong Kong, it's not something new, but why these ride on the co-living business model that they so the experience this model more in times is up. So I think I'm going to patient in the end about it's about the entertainment that related to us. One of the innovation that the entertainment business is digital asset in the online cannot is difficult. But digital asset can be valued and also can be traded, and this create a new online art as well as an online game run on the blockchain. And expensive. Some of these kitties go up to more than 1 million. This is a very interesting example for your reference. And also the future, the virtual reality. Actually, I want to tell you this example because this is happening. This is not something in the future. I have some VC friends, they don't want to go to conference through virtual reality happening. And this is my presentation. If you are interested.
Our next speaker is going to be talking about something that is also very welcome. Jack, Chairman of...
We are from the manufacturing. So it's one of the largest in Hong Kong. Hong Kong started paint manufacturing industry. From I'm actually traditional auto learning about these technologies support automated operation. Machines, just the machines and operations and make eventually try to beyond push to fourth. One thing, something's in the current, as you can see from all these industrial revolutions, majority in industry. Lots was in UK and in Japan and so. If you in heat, we're getting ourselves. So me manufacturers, when I want to innovate the companies, apply science, more of looking into what the and try to find out what operations, but in our own now which is very we have to find in our area with or even Pacific area. So it's I see there could be over 5 going from which personalized flexible manufacturing solution. So in some way you will see the trends of us as in a mass manufacturing for something that everybody used, that you wear the same thing. I think that in the past to mass as fast as possible, to a sense now becoming to a personalized. So says, as Carmen has indicated, so you're actually buying directly from the tanks all the way into your, so meaning that in the future you will see more and more from farm to factory to consumer, meaning actually the way you live that you want to enjoy is actually affecting the entire process of management, which we have never encountered in the past. And we've always looking for solutions to make it happen, but there isn't a lot of solutions that we can pick out of the entire world. In the past, we'll go, let's say, if we had IT solutions, we go source and we find maybe an SAP to solve the issues, if maybe to solve our solutions. Right now, these innovations are coming from the startups, from the young, on understanding what your life will be or are. Transform us. For us as a manufacturer, as you can see, we're organized is a mystery to us. It's very, very difficult for us to adopt. So the way organization has not adopted growth in the IT world. So we knew it's going to be an IT-driven. It is going to be big data. There's AI coming. Very, very difficult for us to understand what we should do and how we should do to transform the entire organization, bringing more IT people into the organizations. What we're right now, there's the opportunity for everyone. We as a major corporation rely on a lot between the tech community and innovation. So this right now into bringing all the major corporations and how they strive for success. Under the Federation of Hong Kong Industries, we have about 3,000 corporations from the profession looking for transformation. We have different brands who are looking into food industries, people who are in the banking industry, traditional industries, innovations. That very little clue about innovations from all of you into bringing success to the organizations. So one of the things for you to understand what we're going through is, I don't know if you heard David Young speak today. So there's a new trend of vegetarian food. So in the past, we were always, as a food industries, we had a group called food processing companies as groups. So we do deboning of chicken. So in the past, we debone everyone by hand, and sooner or later, we debone it by a little bit of robots. Right now, for us to go into a process, we have to understand image recognitions. We have to understand sensors. We have to understand robotics. Then we go into clouds of AI data, and then eventually fully automated the operations. So these are a lot of work that we need to do to actually bring the manufacturing to a standards that we will be able to survive as a global competition. And all these technologies, we could not find any one company or one solution who fits all that will solve our problem, like in the past. So we rely on different organizations or different startups, people in the blockchain, people in the AI, people in big data, people in robotics, to collaborate and be able to solve our problems. And you will see also new trends of stem cell meat growing. So it's also companies that are growing very, very fast in the Silicon Valley area that changes the entire way of how we want to process meat. So this is a trend going that you bring stem cells from pork and then you grow the cell and then become your next meat. So these are all the trends that's going through that is happening in our industries, that there's collaboration opportunities. Another thing about, we have a group called the electronics industries. So I've been talking to them about how we're going to transform. There's all kinds of technology now for different ages group within our community that we all have to personalize it. In the past, when we were growing as a manufacturers, we look at, do I have to buy a printed circuit board? Do I have to implement it in an IC? And then how to mold the plastics and so on? This is no longer a pain point. This is almost like a given thing. The difficult part right now is to understand how this product interfere with the human. That's how your lifestyle, how you operate, will affect how we design the products and how we design just the hardware, things that beyond the hardware, which we created apps for it, we create a website for it, we create the data analytics on it. That's actually the part that hasn't been touched in the manufacturing industries that we have to go through and to learn with partners like you guys to be able to excel in the market. So you can see there's a definite gap between the business owners and the innovations that we have at this moment, and we're trying to bridge that gap. And the Startup Council were created 2 years ago underneath the federations to inspire younger people, companies to collaborate with the corporates. So we have a space in Kuntong, sponsored by San Hong Kai Properties. So we try to bring in the entrepreneurs and the corporates together to explore things. So we have different trainers, we have mentors, we have different resources and support to give to the startups to help them on a 6 months to a 9 months program. So these are, the first program we did was an IoT, almost like a lifestyle products that we want to bring to the market. The companies are actually supporting them on manufacturing, giving them advice into scaling up and solutions to it. It's like a product like this for IoT milk products. They actually was going through how do we produce a product that will not leak. So there's all kinds of solutions that our manufacturers be able to give them, so it's shortened their cycle of design and engineering, which is extremely beneficial to them. So these are, last year we did a demo day around the same time where we raised over 10 million Hong Kong dollars for them to scale. And then we had the second program. So basically we did the first program, so we were doing fine as in raising the money, but they couldn't have the chance to go to the market. So it's also a difficult part. So what we did is we invited corporate partners to actually run the programs with us. So we have this year China Light and Power to run a smart energy programs with all the startups. We actually not only have Hong Kong startups, but this year we also brought in startups from South Korea, Sweden, and also Israel, US, to collaborate and to provide solutions to CLP for energy savings. And this time CLP also support them into bringing them into the market. So these are more mid-end startups. So they already have a product and they were trying to implement it in Hong Kong, and they were very, very happy and successful in bringing that into the market. So that concludes my speech about how Startup Council is supporting the industries. We have more and more of these cohorts coming, and we welcome you guys to participate. And also our CLP energy savings, smart energy cohorts will have our demo day tomorrow at the Jumpstarter event at 5:25 p.m. So welcome to come and enjoy, have a good time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. And if you're working in startups in the Greater China region, our next guest probably doesn't need much introduction, but I'll talk about him a little longer because he was walking from the back of the room. So if you have not been familiar with SOSV, you probably know at least one of the projects that falls under this VC. But today, William Baobing, who is a general partner and managing director for accelerator programs as well, is going to tell us all about reinventing the VC model for the future. So let's welcome William.
Hey, thanks a lot. Staying till the end. I'm almost the end. Uh-oh, fonts are on. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So, my name is William Bean. I'm a partner at SOSV, and I got the fun and exciting topic trying to talk about how VC should change. So startups is always changing, but unfortunately for the last 60, 70 years, VC has not changed very much. So this is an old growth forest. You know, you've got lots of big trees. They've been around. They look really pretty. They're magnificent. And this is how I think about the internet market at this point. So you've got a lot of big, old trees. And there's unicorns and there's techie unicorns, but these are the world leaders. You know, 800 billion in market cap. I mean, it was $1 billion trillion 3 or 4 months ago, but now it's down to 800 billion. You know, Alibaba, I spent a year of my life on the Alibaba IPO back in 2005 as a stock analyst here. You know, Facebook and Tencent. And so we look at these as one of the big trees. The top 20 internet companies in the world by valuation, half of them, about half are US, about half of them are from China. And these aren't just unicorns, imaginary animals. These are 10, 20, 50, $100 billion companies. And the problem with it is that the big have not just gotten bigger, they're huge. So it's not just like the 10% and the 90%, it's not just the 99% and the 1%, it's the 99.9% and the 0.1%. And a lot of it is being driven by VCs, so the purple bit is $100 million plus rounds. So the total amount of VC capital that's in $100 million plus rounds, the purple at the top is getting bigger and bigger. So everybody's investing in big trees. So for us, we look underneath the trees, and what do you see? Well, the problem with really big trees is that nothing grows underneath them. Okay, and we're early stage VCs. So where does that leave us? So as an early stage VC, we invest in technology companies, and we look at technology as a way to light a fire. And so we're looking at small companies who can light a fire and take out the big trees, provide an alternative to the big trees. Because once you get rid of the big trees, you know, the smaller guys can see the sunlight again. And you can see after a forest fire, the big trees, what's left of them, but you get the new growth. And this is blossoming. You know, you get an opportunity for entrepreneurs to change the world with amazing technology. And as early stage VCs, you know, how do we make sure that we have more forest fires? So if you look at the big trees, they have built ecosystems. It's almost like mafia families. So you're in the Alibaba family, or you're in the Tencent family, or maybe you're in the Google family. Although Google, you know, tries to make sure that they do everything themselves. And so, how does a early stage startup, an entrepreneur, or even an early stage VC like us make a difference? Startups have always had it tough, but at this point, you know, when there's no sunlight coming through, it's especially difficult. And this is the environment that we're facing. So how do you build a large company and do it relatively independently? So we think that VC is changing, especially early stage VC. Before, VC was about money. You know, you go to the VC and you get some money, you get some advice, hopefully you get some introductions, some connections, maybe introduction to a new senior manager to help you take it to the next level. But that's not enough anymore. As early stage VCs, we need to do more. So we're less about somebody who gives you money, and what we're about, we're a service provider. So we tell, you know, a lot of investors will tell you, you're a startup, you know, what's the problem that you're solving, and then what's your solution? So as VCs, we ask that question of ourselves. What's the problem that entrepreneurs have? And what kind of solution can we bring? So the first thing that we're doing to try and change the way VC done is we're bringing tools. Now, some of these tools we build. A lot of these tools we actually pay for from and provide from our portfolio companies. So, for example, in marketing and ad tech, we invest in a lot of marketing and a lot of ad tech tools from our companies to the other companies in our portfolio. Technology is the fire, right? If you want to build a revolution, you need to make sure that there's enough open space. And so bringing new technology in, whether it be blockchain and decentralization, as opposed to the trees which centralize everything, or whether it be machine learning where you can personalize and you can differentiate your product versus a product from one of the big trees. And also, finally, users. One of the biggest problems that startups have is customer acquisition, user acquisition, because when you have a lot of big trees, well, they have all the customers, and they make it very, very expensive to acquire customers, to acquire users. So across Southeast Asia, across China, and China, to get one app download and launch, it can cost between $10 US and $100 US. And in Southeast Asia and India, there is almost no market and no companies that can make enough revenue to cover the cost of acquisition, customer acquisition for an app from a company like Google and Facebook. And at this point, companies like Google and Facebook, they control 85% of the mobile advertising market. So we bring the users. We also try and bring clients. I'll give you a couple of examples. For us, it's all about ecosystem. And so we can't really do it alone. We try and keep it open. We partner with a lot of people. So the first group that we partner with are corporates. In the old days, the corporates used to be the big trees, but no longer. So this is S&P 500, and the average number of years a company stays on the S&P 500. So the big guys are getting disrupted. The average company only can stay on the S&P 500 maybe 15, 20 years. And they're looking to innovation to change that. But how do you bring innovation into a large company? One way to do that is to partner, to open things up and to bring in startups. Let's look at a couple examples like China Mobile. China Mobile used to be a big, powerful company. And at this point, it's now a dumb pipe. You know, they used to come down here for a lot of the telco conferences, and they were very, very important. Their services revenue is now just data. There is no more voice. And their market share of services and apps on the mobile phone is 1%, 2%. They've been neutered by the big trees. So do you want to have this happen to you? Same with phone brands. You have local phone brands, global phone brands. In India, the local players used to have 50% market share. In the last 2.5 years, local phone brands, not just in India, but around the world, went from like 50% market share down to 3-4% market share. So what do we do to create an environment where you can have larger independent companies? So I'll just give you a couple examples about what we've done. So we're SOSV, we're a VC fund. The way we provide value to the companies that we invest in is through our accelerators. So we run 6 accelerators, and we go deep in traditional industries. So we don't just invest in internet and software, which I run, which is China Accelerator and MOX, our mobile app accelerator, but we also invest in hardware as well as biotech. So we go very deep in areas where technology is lighting a fire. So sorry about the formatting, but we invest in a lot of companies. Okay, so we are the most active investor, early stage investor in the world, according to PitchBook. In 2018, Crunchbase were the #5 most active angel and seed stage investor in the world. But it's not just about investing in a lot of companies. Okay, it's about creating an ecosystem of companies that could potentially work together and help each other. So we are also, not focused on one geography. So most VCs, they either focus on China, or maybe Southeast Asia, or India, or North America, and they say, okay, where is your company set up? Oh, you're in China, well, I can't invest there. Or you're in Europe, I can't invest there. We think that the market's changed. Companies are no longer bounded by geography. They're global. So we invest globally. We're also mentor-driven. Every startup is a little bit different. So we're bringing experts that have been there, done that. They've failed, they've also succeeded. We're bringing them in. But the key is the partnerships. So we bring together companies, not just who want to get paid, but are willing to mutually support. Everybody from AB InBev, and they support with beer, to Aliyun, who supports with cloud, to even Web Summit, who supports with networking. And so it's these partnerships where we're trying to build an alternative ecosystem to the families that are created by the bigger trees. And who are our allies? Our second set of allies are corporates. So they're increasingly being disrupted by the big internet players, and we're working together with them in partnership to use innovation to make sure that the bigger guys don't get bigger, and these corporations continue to survive and continue to stay on the S&P 500. So I welcome you to find me later, and personally I think it's great. We don't really compete with anybody. We partner with over 100 accelerators. We don't have competition, so I welcome you to come join us and let's light some stuff on fire. Thank you.
Thank you, William. So all day we've been talking about a lot of different topics, and many of them very narrow, and we're now down to our last two speakers and talking about things a bit more broadly. So I've been looking forward to this one because as an American who lives in Asia, I'm sort of caught in the middle of this topic, at least politically and just thinking about it as a consumer. But we want to welcome up Stanley Zito, who is Executive Chairman of Lever Style and also Chairman of the Hong Kong Textile Council. And he's going to be talking about Hong Kong during challenges in a trade war era. So welcome to Stanley.
Hello. Hi. As you just heard, I'm the second last speaker, so you're almost there. Just hang in there for a few more minutes. This is a technology conference, so what's the point of talking about the trade war? Until we actually don't have trade, or let's say we're in the fashion industry, and until one day when clothes are made in, let's say, the US, and there's no trade, trade war is still very important to us because that's where billions of dollars in trade and therefore billions of tariffs are being enacted. And this kind of stuff actually affects all of us. And even for startups, let's say if we're doing, regardless of how technology driven we are, we can be using e-commerce, we can be doing, as David said earlier, digitally native vertical brands, selling through that kind of channel, or the razor blade company that sells through subscription. But those things are still made a lot in Asia. So this thing still matters. So just want to share a few things. I want to just give you a little bit of context of what we're about. So just a couple words on the company, Lever Style. I'll talk a little bit about the trade war. And third, what are the recommendations, what we can do to sort of mitigate the risk of that. So Lever Style is a fashion company. We make apparel for a lot of brands around the world, and we've been in business for over 60 years. So we make a lot of things that you're wearing, probably most types of apparel product categories. You may not have heard of us, but you may have heard of them. So we work with brands from around the world. So people like, on the left side, US brands like Theory, Vince, Barbados, J-Brand, Rag & Bone. European brands like Paul Smith, Hugo Boss. So you probably are some of our customers as well, so we thank you for keeping us in business. But actually, getting more and more important are e-commerce companies, the ones in the middle. So the Bonobos, the Stitch Fix, Everlane. So those kind of companies have been growing a lot faster and probably taking market share from the traditional guys. But of course, that's not what I'm here to talk about. The trade war. So how did this all get started? I guess rewind back almost 20 years. China joined WTO in 2001, and that's when there were a lot of agreements on tariff reduction, opening up of markets, and et cetera, et cetera. And at that time, I'm sure when the US was a main sort of driver of getting China into WTO, the US was probably thinking in a geopolitical sense. If there is economic liberalization, usually what comes afterwards is political liberalization. And the U.S. idea of, so the Soviet Union was going down, and the next big communist, or at least by name, the country was China. How can we sort of, we as in the U.S. sort of influence them and get them to be a democracy or market-driven policies and economics. So that was probably a main motivation of that. And but I guess fast forward 17 years, 18 years, Definitely China has benefited from the economic liberalization. There's been a lot of trade has gone up a whole lot, but political liberalization has not happened. And in fact, China is increasingly assertive in foreign policy. We've heard President Xi Jinping talk about the Chinese dream and that's this and that. And that's I guess a naval base in Southeast Asia. That's increasingly become a very sensitive topic. And even the Belt and Road Initiative. One Belt and Road we hear our government talk about a lot and how it's promoting trade with other countries. But the way the US looks at it is, or the West looks at it is, hey, China is using money, lending money or giving away money, doing projects in order to influence or gain influence in the areas where the West are weak. So, for example, in Africa, in some of the Southeast Asian countries, and so forth. So there is increasingly a sense that there's a lot of strategic. China has become a strategic competitor to the U.S. and China's economic growth has not made it into a sort of a country that the U.S. at least politically sees eye to eye with. So right now, trade war is actually not about trade. It's about geopolitical competition. There's actually a very famous political scientist from Harvard who coined the phrase the Thucydides trap. That's basically, the idea is when there's an established superpower in the world, whenever there is a rising one, an emerging one, the established one feels threatened. And a lot of times that goes to, people go to war. So this started 2,000 plus years ago with Athens and Sparta. At that time, Sparta was the dominant power in Europe, and Athens was the rising one, and then they went into war. A lot of such examples have happened since. In a way, World War I with Germany rising. Before that, even the American Civil War was possibly, would fall into the same trap. And even before that, I think the Spanish and the Portuguese in about 400 or 500 years ago. So the risk is with China's rise, does US see it as such a competitor that these two countries may end up going to war, or even if not real war, at least trade war. And there is a lot of I guess in Washington D.C., if you talk to the insiders, whether it's Republican, Democrats, the idea that the U.S. wants to get tough on China is a bipartisan consensus. So it's not like if President Trump didn't win the election, or let's say he doesn't win the 2020 election, and the U.S. policy towards China will suddenly change. We really don't see that that happening. So. Of course, right now the U.S. and China are still negotiating. Maybe they will come to an agreement, maybe not. But even if they do come to an agreement, given the geopolitical tensions, there's a good possibility that after this agreement, maybe there'll be other points of friction, and trade between the two countries, whether we like it or not, will be a casualty. And this is another, I guess I forgot the name of the French political scientist, but they once said that when goods don't cross borders, soldiers will. I guess World War I, right before that, in the early 1900s, the UK and I think France also put up trade barriers, and that arguably led to World War I. And in World War II, after the Great Depression, actually during the Great Depression, a lot of countries also put up trade barriers in an attempt to protect their domestic industries. And World War II was another, it's arguably that was a result of that. So, I'm not saying that trade wars are going to lead to World War III, but definitely these are things that we got to think about. So given such a sort of a dark, I guess the world's not looking pretty in terms of geopolitical competition. What can we as businesses do about that? So I would suggest there are a few things. One is obvious things, moving production offshore. So if you're selling in the U.S. or markets in the West, instead of putting all your baskets and making your products in China, making them in other places. So for example, with our company, Lever Style, We're not only making in China, but also Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia. We may be starting in the Philippines pretty soon. So basically just diversifying the risks. The second thing we can do is to redirect the existing Chinese capacity to other countries that are not in the, not caught in the crossfire of the trade war. So the U.S., we don't see tariffs happening to, to Southeast Asia, to Japan, Korea, to a lesser extent to Europe. So if people are moving production from China to Southeast Asia, Chinese capacity opens up, maybe becomes cheaper, and maybe that becomes viable for production to other countries. And the third thing that we can do as businesses is to develop the local market. So if you're an exporter from China, don't rely on the US market or exclusively. Try to develop the local markets, even the Asian markets, and that will definitely help alleviate the risks. So nobody has a crystal ball. We don't know what's President Xi and President Trump have got up their sleeves. Hopefully, this kind of very pessimistic thinking is proven wrong. I would love nothing more than to being incorrect on this, and hopefully China and US will come to terms on trade and other issues, and we'd be one big happy family. But in case that doesn't happen, we as businesses need to figure out how to best position ourselves. So with that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Stanley. I know you've been waiting a long time. We are now at our last speaker, who is actually also, we have him to thank as well for this day. So in order to talk about Hong Kong, again, in a greater context, we're going to be hearing about Hong Kong as part of the Greater Bay Area. And so we would like to invite Anthony Leung, who is from Nanfeng Group, to come and share his outlook on the Greater Bay Area and Hong Kong's role. Welcome.
I think the last speaker is fairly difficult to attract your attention. Nanfeng Group is obviously the group that owns and operates the mills, so you've heard a lot from Vanessa. Stanley just talked about the trade war. Besides just diversifying, I hope that all of you, because you have so many connections in America and the West, can remind our American friends, and also to a certain extent the friends in Western Europe, that rising populism and nationalism, they're not very good things. Actually, both of these led to the 2 world wars in the past. So I encourage all of us not just to avoid talking about trade war or just moving productions offshore, but really to encourage people from both countries to continue engaging with each other, because isolation of either countries, because we are both China and America, they're so big, will not actually help the world. So engagement, communication, trading with each other, investing in each other, I think would be important. Now, Greater Bay Area, I'm sure all of you have heard about it, but for those that are not familiar, is the delta area in the southern part of China, with an area that is very large, with a population of 70 million, and now with the bridge and the high-speed rail going into Guangzhou, we are talking about a triangle that has traveling time of 1.5 hours on each of these axes. The high-speed train, as well as the bridge connecting Hong Kong, Macau, and Zhuhai, was discussed in the government when I was there around 2002. And I was the one that actually discussed with C.H. Tong, the chief executive then, to put in the 2 infrastructure into his policy address. Little that we knew that it took 16 years to build. But nevertheless, now that the infrastructure is there, we now have a Greater Bay Area, and also it's not just an initiative in southern China, but a national initiative. Beijing will be hopefully promoting the Greater Bay Area. And with that, it represents all kinds of opportunities, and because of time, I'll just talk about the people angle. Because with the Greater Bay Area, it is going to, in a way, disrupt the way that we think about market, particularly the Hong Kong market. In the past, when people talk about innovation for the Hong Kong market, it is only about a population of 7 million. Now we are talking about 70 million. But more importantly, it is not just any other so-called Bay Area. The Bay Area that we are talking about will have a positioning equal to the combination of the New York Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, as well as Tokyo Bay Area. Because we have a financial center, a global financial center in Hong Kong. We have a manufacturing center, which obviously Tokyo being very good at. We are not as advanced yet, but one can claim that the Greater Bay Area in our part of the world is the factory of the world. We have the entire supply chain in this Greater Bay Area. We also have, very much like the San Francisco Bay Area, we have high-tech center now. Probably we are not as good in semiconductor, but we have other things in Shenzhen, in Dongguan, and as well in Guizhou. And then we have biotech, which in San Francisco, that is the #2 biotech center in America. But Hong Kong, we do have a few scientists that are fairly good. But think about this as positioning the combination of the New York, San Francisco, as well as Tokyo Bay Area. But what I'm talking about is also an area that has one country, two systems. And Hong Kong having the one country, two system, that will add a lot of value to the Greater Bay Area. But that is also, to a certain extent, an obstacle, because we are talking about different tariff area. We are talking about at least 3 different sets of law. So we have all these obstacles, and yet with a very large area growing at around kind of 7% a year at least. Think about the opportunity. So I'll just talk about the people side. With Hong Kong, because of the one country, two system, having the use of the English law, having the freedom, and also a place that has great healthcare. I mean, for those of you that are not familiar, Bloomberg every year have been ranking healthcare systems around the world, and Hong Kong ranks #1 for the last several years, being the most effective healthcare system in the world. Also, we are one of the safest places in the world. In terms of law and order, we are very safe. We also have, which is something that attracts talents, and that is we have the lifestyle. I often quote Google as an example. Google, as you know, is in Mountain View in the Silicon Valley, but 40% of Google's employees live in San Francisco, not Mountain View. And every day they would commute 40 minutes down to Mountain View. The reason? The lifestyle. Talents would like to mingle with talents from other industries, not just their industry. Because by having the different perspective, that is where creativity will come from. So Hong Kong has the legal system, the freedom, the healthcare, the education, the safety, the lifestyle that can attract talents. And that is something that Hong Kong, I think, would continue to do. So think about the opportunity when we have global talents from around the world gathering here, working throughout the Greater Bay Area. But within Greater Bay Area itself, now that we have much better transportation system, if the nation will permit Hong Kong people just paying Hong Kong tax, even if you live in the Greater Bay Area, with better transportation, it will, I think, result in satellite cities around Hong Kong, in places such as Lamsa, Zhuhai, in Shenzhen. They will have people living there and commuting to Hong Kong to work. And obviously, for us in Lanfeng, we invest not just in properties, we also have life sciences, we have hospitals, clinics, and healthcare centers in China. So we can provide much better healthcare in those so-called satellite towns. And the thing about the opportunity, because when we have all these satellite towns, we can actually attract more population to Hong Kong. So the opportunity of people commuting from all these places that are within 1 hour of commuting time, and also the opportunity that we in Hong Kong can provide in these satellite cities. So say for example, Nanfeng through our subsidiary, New Frontier, we are operating hospitals throughout China. And this itself will also help places like Guangzhou, Zhuhai attract talents. So that itself is an opportunity. But for many of you that are kind of having all kinds of businesses, think about if people have to commute or sit on a train for an hour, what they can do with that 1 hour. That itself can be all kinds of opportunity. Learning will be one, and all the other entertainment opportunities. So when we have a living pattern that is a bit different from what we had in the past, it can present a lot of opportunities. Also think about the living pattern. Just like your colleagues in Manhattan, they may have a small apartment in Manhattan, now in Hong Kong, but they will have holiday homes in our surrounding regions. That itself would create other opportunities. So just think about all the opportunity when the Greater Bay Area is an integrated whole. There will be all kinds of opportunity in healthcare, in education, in living, in shopping, and in all the other areas. You can also think about the possibility, and in a way a reality, that many of the universities in Hong Kong will be having kind of campuses in the Greater Bay Area. And that itself may attract foreign universities to come to our area to open campuses. That will again attract a lot more talents. And it will also open opportunities for the various businesses that you operate in. So in short, the Greater Bay Area itself is going to be a disruptor of the existing way we think about living, working, tourism, education, healthcare, and all the other services in Hong Kong. So because of time, I'm not going into the other segments or the other elements that we'll enjoy from a freer flow of people, goods, services, capital, and information. But just think about the opportunities that will arise in an area of 70 million people, a population that is about the same size of Germany. But having one country, two systems. So I will encourage all of you to think about this, and not just as a recipient of or the creation of the Greater Bay Area. You should be promoting and creating a Greater Bay Area that is different from what we think about Hong Kong or Guangdong in the past. So happy to talk to you, but we are happy that Camille is a co-organizer of the event, and I look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.
Okay, and very much thank you so much for those final words. We want to just take a couple of minutes to wrap up. So I'm going to say goodbye. My name's Holly Harrington. If you're ever in Taipei, make sure you subscribe to Startup Digest so you can join great events there. But for the last moments, I'm going to hand things off to Alex Chan from the Mills, just to wrap up our whole day.
Thank you so much, Holly. I know I'm the last thing standing between you guys and dinner, so I'll make this really quick. But I think we ended on a note of a bit of worries and pessimism. We're going to talk about trade war and Brexit, right? And as we head into the next decade, there's been constant worries. If you guys think back about 10 years back, same 10 years back, I think the same worries hold throughout in terms of financial crisis. But look what happened in the past 10 years. WeChat didn't exist in the past 10 years. Before unicorns spoke at this conference did not exist in the past 10 years. The term unicorn itself did not exist in the past 10 years. Look at what happened. So to close off, I think we urge you to go forth in the spirit of optimism. And we are super thankful to Invest Hong Kong for creating this open platform, bringing you guys together. And we hope you have enjoyed today's event. Thank you very much for coming.
现在可以回放看有多少没掉的。我请教这些。